Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Is this working? Are we live? Can you guys hear me? Testing, testing. 1 2 1 2. Test, test. Only the pure of heart can hear him. What's a Greek myth about losing your voice? I can't think of one off the top of my head, but I think the curse of echo comes close. Test complete. We can hear you. Okay, excellent. All right, so things are working. Okay, there we go. We can hear you. No, we cannot. Okay. Hold on. Curious, thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to the new Footstool. Oh, Jedi Dusk. Congratulations on getting sniped. Hope you enjoy those emotes. It's going to be a series? No. So I split this one into a two-parter for similar reasons with the Sundaria one, because, well, actually not quite the same reasons. So for this stream, the reason why I've split it up is because the second half of the topic, which is to do with Mythos' decline, there is still information that is coming out about that, or in the process of coming out about that. So for that reason, I thought it would be best to sort of section off that part of the topic for a stream later on down the line. Currently planned for the end of next week, but yeah. What I don't want to do is, try talking about it this stream, then have new information come out, which immediately makes it outdated. So, and besides that, I prefer having as much information available to me as possible before I draw conclusions about a company's decline. Because even though Mythos' decline is relatively... I'm going to say that it wasn't exactly the hardest thing to observe. There's still... It's very, very... One of the things that makes the situation so interesting, in a morbid way, is how deeply opaque the entire company is. And, well, opaque being the opposite of transparent, right? Very little information that the public has the ability to access about Mythos specifically. So, Akira's, thank you for the 2. Place of Gemman, indeed. 7 Sins, thank you for being a Footstool for 14 months. One must imagine armchairs speaking. Oh, Jedi Dusk, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. We'll do 5 new Footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Be sure to thank Jedi Dusk for them as well. So, yeah, so this stream... We're not going to be talking about any of the hinted interpersonal drama or whatever within the company. We're also not going to be getting too deep into anything to do with Mythos' decline over the course of between 2024 and 2025. This is going to be a stream that acts as sort of a precursor by looking specifically at how Mythos established its identity, its brand identity, as a company upon the opening of the Corpo, upon the debut of the Corpo, I suppose you could say. And how there were some things about the way that it went about establishing itself that were, to say the least, quite odd, if not outright red flags. Now, as I hinted at before, in terms of red flags to do with how soundly the company was operating, that's something we'll be getting into the next stream. But for this one, we're going to be focusing solely around the, Mythos' use of marketing and branding. Like the mystery CEO? Very much so like the mystery CEO. Generally speaking, when a company debuts in this industry, there are a few details that the public would expect to be, disclosed. One of the most obvious ones being who the CEO of the company even is, even if only in the form of an alias. The thing that made Mythos extremely strange was that we didn't even get an alias. They never disclosed, as a company, who the CEO was. Not for 2 years after the company made its debut onto the scene. Master, thank you for the 5. Your thoughts on the VTuber fertility tracker drama? I can 100% see the privacy concerns. I don't think it's a privacy concern. I just think it's a bunch of people looking at VTubers posting about Tommy Hort, or outright mentioning their periods explicitly on stream and then choosing to track that information. from all of the VTubers who've been fine with it, they've all said some permutation of, yeah, it's not really accurate because the data set is bad. They just took any sort of tweet or mention of some sort of stomach problem and chalked that up to a period. But yeah, no, aside from that, I think it is, if you don't want people to keep track of things like that, I think it is relatively easy to keep a cap on the information that you feel like sharing with your audience. So, I think this was something that other people have observed already. In fact, I'm pretty sure it is. But, as far as the, I suppose, winners or losers of that drama, any VTuber that basically exploited that as a chance to, nudge, nudge, hint, hint at their audience that maybe they should concentrate gifts or supers or something around when they assume the period tracker is activated. I think that was by far the most funny and effective way at essentially sidestepping the entire quote unquote controversy around the entire thing. But I think it's pretty much a nothing burger. Actually, yeah, Master Ed, this is something that came up because I was watching a stream of I don't know. I was watching a stream of, I can't remember, I think it was one of Dizzy's streams or something, and one of your super chats popped up while I was watching it. But a little bit of I can't control what you do, outside of my stream, not really. And it's not necessarily something that I haven't told anyone in this community not to do before, but just a bit of advice. In streams like mine, or in content niches like mine, if you come in and you choose to ask for my thoughts about some sort of discourse or some sort of drama, that's kind of to be expected because of my content niche. But if a content creator does not have the same content niche as me, and especially if they're not doing some sort of, out of character type stream explicitly about the industry or whatever, generally it is better to ask them about their opinions on things rather than asking for their opinions on certain discourses. Because if they feel like talking about it, they will bring it up themselves first. And then after that, then I suppose it is fair game to sort of ask for their thoughts about it in some greater detail if that is something you're curious about. And, maybe they see what you end up writing and they respond to it accordingly. But I think that unless a content creator brings it up themselves first, the idea of asking for their thoughts on something, it has a risk of sort of, derailing the stream, or maybe it's something they don't really want to talk about or whatever. Not saying that was the case there, but just something to keep in mind, right? The content niche that I occupy is not the same one that many other people in this space occupy. And as a result, some of the things that, would be fine to do here, I would not recommend doing in other places. Pulse Dragon, thank you for being a Footstool for 15 months. No shortage of topics for this year, huh? Well, I suppose it depends, right? It depends on how much... Well, I suppose... One of the things that I've kind of become a little bit less interested in, I suppose, over the course of the few years that I've been doing this, is Twitter-based drama. Because unless it actually has some sort of wider implications for either the creators or the creators I personally care about, or the industry as a whole, I just chalk it up to Twitter being Twitter, and especially if it ends up elapsing over the course of less than a week, or even less than half a week, I don't really view it as being anything that major. An example being the sort of period tracker thing, right? So, yeah. I've occasionally asked Dizzy because she has unique behind-the-scenes perspective. That's fair enough. But yeah. It's just something to keep in mind. Oh, Lumi, welcome to the stream. Welcome in. Oh, the Monstrous, welcome in. I try not to ask too much. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Unfortunately, it never ends. Well, I mean, that's because it's Twitter, right? Everyone tends to get into slap fights on that platform because it's the way it's designed, and because people don't take note of that and then conclude that maybe that isn't the place to go and be emotionally vulnerable or something. right? Don't take things too seriously if you are on a platform that is built from the ground up with the sole purpose of maximizing engagement. That's also why... Well, actually, one of the things about Twitter, I don't know if this is like an official design feature of the platform, but when you stay on... Actually, other people who use Twitter in chat, maybe you can confirm if this is the case or not, but I've had moments in the past where I've had a few days where I try to stick into just the following tab. So my timeline is purely posts only from people that I actually follow. Presumably people that I, for sure, 100% definitely want to see content from. But for some reason there, it doesn't update nearly as efficiently or as effectively as the For You tab. So very frequently when I'm scrolling through following, it won't show me posts. Well, it'll have massive gaps in terms of the chronology of what posts it shows me from the people that I follow. And then I switch over to For You, and then I end up finding posts from people I follow that were posted relatively recently, but I couldn't find from the following tab. I suppose that design is... Well, I can easily believe that design is on purpose, even if it could just as easily be chalked up to incompetence and no incentive to fix it. But the platform is very much built with the intention of trying to get you to, trying to prod you into a space outside of your curated bubble, so to speak. You do have the setting on the following set to recent, right? I think so. I'm pretty sure I do. I would have no reason to really change that, so yeah. Following is separated between popular and recent. I'm pretty sure I have it set to recent. But I'll go and check again after this stream. I've been sticking more into the following tab myself, but yeah, it seems like For You is prioritized. I mean, it makes sense. For You is the main way that Twitter garners engagement, I suspect, because if all you looked at was your following tab, you'd probably scroll through every few hours or so, see a bunch of things you like, be happy, like a bunch of posts, repost some of them, and then log off of the app, because you got your dopamine for the day or for the few hours. So that doesn't make for the best engagement farming strat, unfortunately. Yeah, they make more money the other way, exactly. Dropping is really dumb. Oh, I saw the advanced GG thing. I haven't really been paying attention to the advanced GG thing, or even the Tectone thing, besides Muchin's long post about how he apparently knew that Tectone was going through all of this information, all of this stuff beforehand, or that he was being accused of all this stuff beforehand, which I thought was quite bizarre to, say publicly. But I suppose over the next few days or weeks or something, the situation is going to become more clear. I think I saw that Remo was planning on doing a stream about the Tectone thing, unless that already passed and I'm mixing up the times of the weight room in my head. So if I am going to slog through all of that, I'm probably going to be doing it in someone else's stream. Because to be frank, the whole Tectone thing I just find extremely uninteresting, because I find Tectone as a person rather uninteresting. I bookmarked pages of people in my browser and check them out directly. See, that's a good strat of making sure you don't get sucked into the loop of permanent engagement bait. Mugen knew for a year, if I recall. He could have said nothing and been fine. Yeah, I agree. I think that sharing that is a little strange, to be completely honest. Especially right now, since it is still very much up in the air as to how the whole case is going to be interpreted in the court of public opinion, despite the fact that all of the documents from the actual court case are basically public. Well, I mean, I guess it's not that surprising, even if things are public, that's no guarantee that the average person is going to have the time or patience to sort of sit through and read all of them. All of it, I should say. Also, thank you for the 5. Basically, Rev called out a VTuber for saying F Ice, and Advanced GG CEO did virtue signal post and then dropped Rev and Straw, pulling a makeshift. Yeah, okay. That sounds... okay. I think it's... Unfortunately, it's nothing we haven't seen before, so... At this point... The list of sponsors, in my head at least, that are secure enough in their working relationships to not drop someone over social media outrage, it's always been small, especially in this industry. But I suppose it has shrunk even further. Legal Mindset did streams on the Tectone thing? Ah, okay, I see. Tectone issue isn't really interesting. Just want him out of my gacha game feed. I want him out of it. If all of this gets him to not talk about VTubers or VTubing at some point in the future or any point in the future, I'm perfectly happy. Because to be completely honest, I just don't understand the whole... I don't think Tectone's opinion... Tectone's opinions on VTubing and VTubers has always been fraudulent, rather obviously so in my opinion, but it just became very blatant that that was the case when, during the VShojo thing, he went from saying that VShojo was the least bad VTuber agency to saying that he knew that they were evil and the worst all along, right? So, as far as, I suppose a lot of different people in different fandoms will share the same opinion, but if it means that he no longer has the time to stick his nose in here, I'm perfectly happy with the outcome. Doesn't matter, but he keeps talking. Yeah. Another sponsor L. Yeah, pretty common. Hold on, I thought they didn't drop Rev and Straw, that's why the entire indie scene was throwing a shift. Well, I was throwing a shit fit, sorry. Yeah, I think they did end up dropping, ultimately, because, well, I saw that initially people were freaking out because they weren't dropping, and then they acknowledged it. And usually when a company acknowledges something like that, when they don't have to, it means that they're probably going to end up dropping somebody. So, that's what I assumed. Even if it's politics or things I agree with, at some point you have to wonder if it's worth it, keep a positive resolution. I think there are some situations where it is worth it, but you have to be pragmatic about it as a content creator. If you are going to take a stance in some sort of political issue or whatever, you need to make sure that you're actually able to articulate your position, why you hold it, and ideally, do so in a manner that reinforces your brand rather than eroding it. That said, though, it's still going to alienate people in your audience because, well, that's kind of inevitable. But if that is something, you know, part of solidifying your brand, your principles, your values, or whatever that you want to do, then I think that it is a viable choice to do. You just have to be willing to tough out the short-term impact of doing so. Michael Ori, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships with the 5 new Footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Oh, congratulations on getting sniped, Monstrous. But yeah, flesh tubers shouldn't have a large opinion impact on VTubers. See, I would agree, but you'd be surprised because there are a lot of individuals and entities in this space that seem to hold the opinions of flesh tubers in quite high regard when they start talking about this industry or the people in it or the medium. As if their opinion is founded on some sort of understanding rather than a casual, idle glance through the window, at best. I decided to just not put my focus on it, probably for the best, to be honest, because at the end of the day, I mean, if you wanna, we have enough politics to deal with in terms of IRL stuff for most of us, right? So online, I understand just wanting the escapism. Joey K, thank you for being a Footstool for 9 months. Absolute cinema. Amen, brother. I tried to type drama tuber and the autofiller made it dramaturgy. Unfortunate. YouTube censorship strikes again. Actually, I saw that they were finally cracking down on actually blasting some of the AI slop channels they had on the platform. Now, previously, last year, they tried that and they ended up deleting a bunch of channels that weren't AI, but hopefully this time around, they've got the solution correct. So, yeah, hopefully there's less AI slop left on the platform after this new round of culling. They have big numbers, so the flesh is clearly stripped away. Lamau. True, true. People are willing to overlook a lot of things in most entertainment industries if your numbers are big enough. It's the same in Hollywood, it's the same in music, it's the same here. Vakarious, thank you for the gifted membership. Congratulations to Zig on getting sniped. Hope you enjoyed those emotes. For me, I've taken more of Dizzy's advice. Are they there for you, or are they there for you and your content? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I suppose if you're a fan, right, if you're thinking about it, it's a little hard not to keep those two things separate the longer you end up watching a creator, right? Because the longer you end up watching a creator, the more them and their content kind of blend together. But I feel like this is an industry that, well, VTubing, like most entertainment industries, it's a place where being able to separate art from artist has mostly advantages for you as a fan, because it helps you maintain things like immersion, being able to look past some of the things that might end up taking you out of being able to enjoy the content that you showed up for in the first place, etc, etc. Jam. Just going to shill Brave browser for a moment and point out that having a setting to block AI is a lot better because they tend to be shorts, so they block shorts. Huh, I didn't know that Brave had that feature, even though I use Brave. So I'm gonna search up how to actually switch that on later on after the stream. I typoed. Oh, okay. Are they there for you? Or are they there for the drama? Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Welcome in, Pavlo. Welcome in. Yeah. I mean, actually, this is something that I've been thinking about for a while. Maybe I do revisit my DramaTuber stream that I did a year ago. Was it a year ago? Or was it like a year and a half ago? Probably a year and a half ago, close to that. But yeah, I've been thinking about revisiting the DramaTuber stream because I've realized, well, I've been trying to figure out how to put this into words for a long time. But I think I've finally managed to do so, where a lot of people in this industry, especially those who are newer to it, they have a fundamental misunderstanding as to the relationship between people like me, people in my content niche, and relevance. People think that we generate relevance like bees generate honey. But in actuality, we more so flock to relevance like flies flock to dung. If you manage to do something that is, positive, beneficial, worthy of attention or acknowledgement, right? Most likely, we are going to end up talking about you anyways. But if you go out of your way to try to attract our attention by doing something stupid or fucking something up majorly, the problem is, yes, that will get eyeballs on you, perhaps for a moment, but that's also going to end up defining how people see you for at least a good deal of time going forward. So it is almost never worth it to try and court drama specifically for the purpose of trying to convert it into some sort of brand building or attention. It's just, it doesn't, it'll get you some clicks in the short term, but it's not going to be beneficial long term. And if you're going to go through all the trouble of that, I'm assuming that you want some sort of long-term growth or audience or viewership or whatever. So, yeah. That's a way to word it. Yeah, but it's a fundamental difference that I don't think people seem to understand, right? Because again, we don't make relevance. We just talk about whatever we find relevant. Either, whether that be on a large industry scale, something that has implications for other actors or wider, something that has wider reaching consequences for the industry or whatever, or something that has personal relevance, something that piques our personal interests or whatever idiosyncratic fixation we have as individuals. So, in reality, there's not really much point in trying to court our attention, because the audience that we have, the audience that we garner, is not going to be an audience that is going to tune in to you for you. They're going to tune in to you, or they're going to at least pay some attention to you only through the lens of however we end up talking about you. And how we end up talking about you is going to be based on, among other things, well, what got that attention in the first place, right? Everyone has heard that old quote about there's no such thing as bad publicity. I think Madonna said it at least some point once in an interview. I think the jury's definitely still out on that concept. Well, it's something that gets taught a lot in media as well when you're being trained. And one of the first things that we are taught is that it's not so much, how do I say this? I'm trying to remember how it was explained to me when I was a young and bright-eyed media student in university. The saying that there is no such thing as bad publicity is only true for people who are okay with any sort of attention. And the problem with being okay with any sort of attention is that not all forms of attention are made equal, in the sense that they can be converted into something more beneficial down the line, like money, like loyalty, like, like some sort of sentimental attachment. Because bad publicity will get you more eyeballs, but it won't give you eyeballs that are easily converted into all of those other resources that are the end goal of getting those eyeballs in the first place. At least if you want to do this in some sort of professional capacity. So if you have a plan for handling the negative press, if you only care about garnering attention for whatever reason, either because the amount of attention you garner is enough so that even when you cut off 90% of the eyeballs, in terms of their willingness to engage any further with you after the initial controversy is over, you still have enough to establish some sort of niche for yourself. That's fine, right? In that sense, yes, you are right about there being, it being good, quote-unquote, publicity at the end of the day. Or at least beneficial publicity at the end of the day. But most often, that's not going to be the case. More often than not, that's not going to be the case. Any thoughts on WotC getting sued/lawsuit for overprinting cards? I have not seen that, actually. When I saw that being mentioned in chat earlier, that was the first time that I heard of it. So that's another sort of interesting thing that I'm going to have to file away for potential future stream. Everyone has that drama tuber relationship idea could be part of your next stream poll alongside how propaganda backfires stream that you floated last stream. Yeah, actually, yeah. I know a few too many creators, Corpo otherwise, that are okay with any attention. They are often seen as leeches. Well, I mean, fundamentally, that is kind of what it is, right? If you do whatever, if you don't have any sort of personal conviction or investment in what you're doing, then obviously it's going to come off parasitic to your audience if you're just trying to court their attention no matter what. So to the public, there are such things as negative publicity, but to a morally bankrupt person, there isn't. Yeah, exactly. It's all about what you're focused on, right? Are you focused on why you got the attention, or are you just focused on the fact that you got some form of engagement or eyeballs to begin with? Because it is very much a tried and true strategy on social media to simply cycle through different demographics and blobs of audience at any one time. You do something stupid, caught the temporary attention of one audience, they get really heated, you get a lot of attention that way, a lot of engagement, maybe you manage to get a pretty penny for yourself, then that audience gets pissed off at you permanently, they permanently disengage, and just in time, because the internet has a memory span that lasts less than 3 months usually, you have a whole different group of people coming in who can fill the same role. Like, that is a very proven strategy when it comes to essentially rage baiting your way into relevance, or some semblance of relevance, rather cyclical version of relevance. But yeah, no, it's a lot. There are a number of people who do that as their living. So negative attention can be used to pivot into radically new content that either fuels or feeds the negative. That's true. I saw that as well. Hasbro putting all those cards in the landfill, just printing out cardboard cracks so you can bury it immediately. SMH, yeah. Hasbro is being sued, not WotC? Ah, okay, I see. That might explain why I didn't hear about it then. Yeah, fame versus infamy. But again, to the person who's only concerned with the amount of eyeballs on their stuff, those are virtually indistinguishable. Yeah, the social media churn, exactly. Not my Power Ranger company. I don't think Hasbro has been the sort of... I don't think I've encountered anyone who views Hasbro with some sort of sentimental lens in decades. It's just... Nowadays, when people bring up Hasbro, it's almost universally negative in some way. People either get that temporary audience pissed off, or they get audience captured and are afraid of doing anything else. Yeah. Although, to be fair, it's sort of a... You have to weigh up what you're more invested in, right? If you want to be able to do something fresh or something that you find personally fulfilling, sometimes you do have to take a risk in terms of tanking your numbers a little. Reminds me of how in the E.T., the video game landfill room ended up not being sure. I'm not familiar with that. I posted a link about Hasbro on your Twitter chat, man. I appreciate it. I'll check it out after the stream. Only I've been yapping for quite a while. Okay, so hold on. Let me switch over to the slides. All right. So just to reiterate, the reason why, for those who've come in a little bit later, I'm not going to be doing a series on Mythos. It's just going to be 2 parts. First part is going to be dealing exclusively with the way the company branded itself, the way they tried to establish itself as a corporate brand, etc., etc. Looking at some of the oddities in terms of their strategy, as well as some of the shortcomings of how they chose to brand themselves and their talents right out of the gate. And on top of that, also looking at how some of the industry relationships that Mythos had right out of the gate were also a little interesting when you end up breaking them down into some sort of how those relationships came to be and what drives those relationships. Oh, Binary, welcome to the Binary Mind, welcome to the stream. But yeah, so this is the first part of the whole Mythos subject. This is why I've split it into 2 streams. This is what the first part is going to be about. Second part is going to be about the decline of Mythos. Again, I split it into 2 parts, the second part being next week, because there's still information coming out that might end up painting a fuller picture as to what sort of dysfunction was happening behind the scenes at Mythos. Yes, we have had plenty of evidence emerge in the past that would quite clearly suggest that things were not at all going okay within the company. But more detail is, in my opinion, always better if you're trying to build a full picture, and especially if you're trying to build a full picture in retrospect. So, start off with, now that that's out of the way, a few disclaimers. As always, when I'm talking about something in a rather critical manner, do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during the stream in any way, shape, or form, mostly because if I'm just because I'm talking about someone in a critical light or talking about something they've done in a critical light, it's not intended to be a personal attack, and it's not intended to be a license to go on personal attacks against any of the people I end up mentioning over the course of the stream either. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during this stream are included for the purposes of critique and/or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and/or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and/or remains publicly available/traceable. Now, this is something that I have spoken about in the past, but it's something that I will clarify again. Even if it doesn't apply to this stream, it will likely apply to the next one. When I say all information that's shown over the course of this stream that has been, has been posted and/or addressed by the subjects of the stream publicly of their own volition, the reason why I say that is because when it comes to things like past life or some of the, some of the idiosyncrasies in this industry that have to do with immersion or playing different characters, etc., etc., I am usually alright with just abiding by them. But if the person themselves draws an explicit link between their corporate identity and their past life identity, I see no reason to continue playing pretend or pussyfoot around that connection myself, if they themselves, of their own volition, are perfectly willing to very publicly make that connection for me. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones, so I've tried to adjust so that the dates of the screenshots and so on and so forth that I end up showing over the course of this stream, they fit the date that they were posted in their original time zones, but I may have missed a day or here or there, so something may be off by about a day in either direction. And finally, if there's something on screen that you can't quite make out from where you're watching, if you're watching, don't worry, I will likely be narrating it out loud over the course of the stream, and even if I don't, I will be uploading the slides for this stream, as I have the slides for all of my previous streams, onto my personal Patreon, link in description. If you go on there, sign up as a free member, don't have to pay anything, just as a free member of the Patreon, you can access the slides for this stream and all my previous streams and all my future streams, so that you can download them, read them at your own leisure, whenever you want. And yeah, so it's there at your convenience, all in one sort of repository. And as per usual, if you are watching the VOD, I will be timestamping this at some point after the stream is over, likely the same time that I end up uploading the slides. So if you can't watch this live, or if you weren't able to watch this live, don't worry. It's probably more watchable in VOD form anyways because of said timestamps. Alright, so before we actually get stuck into the Mythos topic proper, I wanted to start off with a little bit of a tangent, a little bit of a slight history lesson, sort of establish some of the principles, ideas that might come in handy when it comes to understanding some of Mythos' strategy when it was just trying to establish itself as a company out the gate. And that history lesson begins with something that quite a few of you may recognize, although perhaps not immediately. And it starts in August of 2022, where two content creators by the name of Tim and D would come together and create a shared YouTube channel called Tim and D TV, along with a corresponding Instagram account as well. Now, both of these had a relatively small following, but not nothing. 170k followers on Insta, 65k plus, 67,000 subscribers on YouTube. And the main focus of this channel, the thing that their content was premised about, was doing IRL interviews, street interviews. We'd just walk along with microphones in hand, stop various people, usually young women, and ask them various questions, and have them respond on the spot, record these in the form of videos and shorts, and then end up posting them to social media. Now, this goes about as well as most sort of street interview-esque, late night, drunk young women street interview-esque channels, in the sense that they would end up publishing such bangers as, "What's your summer secret? What's your biggest kink? Are you smarter than a 5th grader? Your biggest red flag?" And of course, who could forget, "Would you make an OnlyFans?" Cream of the crop, creme de la creme, that kind of thing. And for a while, throughout 2022, they would continue to coast along doing this kind of content without really seeing too much success, right? They'd get a decent amount of views. Most of their videos would end up, occasionally videos would end up breaking the 20,000 view mark. Most of them, however, falling beneath 10,000. However, starting from 2023, they would see a little bit of an uptick. 3 of their videos would end up peaking through or breaking through the 100k view mark. For example, just enlarge this so I can actually read the title. How long should a guy last? Girls Gone Wild in Nashville. And last but not least, you would not believe what they said, with the caption on screen that I'm not going to read out. So again, you get what the content is aimed at, right? Being crass, being a little crude, being, overtly sexual, because that's what gets clicks. And again, they were starting to see some momentum doing this exact same kind of content. But the real breakthrough for their channel would not happen in 2022, would not happen in 2023, but it would in fact happen in June of 2024, when they would make a return to Nashville, Tennessee, wander through the streets at night and come across a particular young, blonde-haired woman to whom they would ask the question, "What's one move in bed that makes a man go crazy every time?" And this young woman would respond in enthusiastic manner, "Oh, you gotta give him that hawk tour and spit on that thing. You get me?" Now this short clip of a young woman explaining the mechanics of spitting on a penis before performing fellatio for the sake of lubrication would be posted onto their Instagram on June 11th of that year, and it would go extraordinarily viral. Within the same day, within the same week, this same reel was plucked off of their Instagram, and reposted tens of thousands of times to accrue millions of views across both Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube. And within the next few days, this became a meme that far outstretched the reach of the original clip or video. Just 2 weeks later, on June 24th, Tim and D TV would end up posting the full version of the interview, the street interview, where they took this clip out of, onto their YouTube channel under a video titled "Hawk to a Girl Original Video." And this accumulated not 10,000, not 20,000, not 100,000 views, but 9.6 million. Nothing they have ever done before or since has gotten even close, even remotely close, to the amount of success, the amount of viewership that this one video saw. However, the interesting thing about this whole event, I suppose, this whole canon event, is not actually what happened with Tim and Dee, but what happened with the subject of this little clip herself, a young woman by the name of Haley Welch, who would, from this point onwards, become known as the Hawk Tour Girl by virtue of what she said during that short interview. And what was about to happen with Haley happened very, very fast. On June 26th, an article was put out by the Rolling Stone announcing that the quote-unquote Hawk Tour Girl had now partnered with a hat-making company and was starting to put out Hawk Tour merch, accumulating a whole $65,000 worth of sales in just that short a period of time. 3 days later, on June 29th, the Hawk Tour Girl made yet another public media appearance when country singer Zach Bryan, while in the middle of a concert in I think it was in Tennessee, I might be misremembering, chose to invite her on stage to sing a song along with him. Very next day, on June 30th, Shaq O'Neal would end up posting a photo of him together with the Hawk Tour Girl while he was DJing at a local club around Nashville. And, as you can probably imagine, news media seized upon this chance meeting, chance in quotation marks, almost immediately as well. Following that, 2 days later, July 2nd, a Hollywood Reporter article would be published announcing that Haley Welch had now found representation by an actual management firm called The Penthouse. Now, if you go on to The Penthouse's official website, this is how they describe themselves. Inspiration has an address. Welcome to The Penthouse. The Penthouse began as an inspirational address where creatives and entertainment executives intersect, with offices in Los Angeles and Nashville. Our passion is assisting our entertaining clients in their storytelling across all media platforms. Basically, in human language, they are a talent management firm. And a talent management firm that deals with content creators, influencers, and media celebrities. Now, under their talent management section, they go into a little bit more detail as to what it is they actually do. At the Penthouse, we believe in amplifying authentic voices and crafting stories that resonate, with a focus on building long-term careers. We provide our clients with tailored strategies, creative support, and industry expertise across all platforms. Basically, they're going to help you make content, and they're going to get you in touch with people who can also help as well, on a more technical side of things. Our roster includes a dynamic range of artists and influencers who are breaking down barriers and redefining success in entertainment. While we choose not to publicly list our clients, rest assured that our passion for championing talent is at the core of everything we do. One thing I shouldn't go without mentioning. In the Hollywood Reporter article, this little segment about Haley Welch becoming represented by this firm, it actually contains an interview, or at least a small section of a statement from the founder of the firm itself. Quote, "The world's gone crazy for Haley. I'm glad our team can help guide this rocket ship. All the podcasters are right. Spend 5 minutes with her and you'll see why she's America's sweetheart," says the Penthouse founder, Johnny Foster, in a statement. So, for some reason, this particular individual became quite the subject of a lot of help. A lot of people in the mainstream media sphere were all coming together to try and boost her numbers and blast her into the stratosphere in terms of visibility. And after formally aligning herself with a management firm, bigger and better things would start heading Haley's way. On August 16th, Haley would find herself throwing out the first pitch at the New York Mets, at one of the New York Mets games. Now, understandably, a lot of people were rather miffed that she was the one doing this, because, yeah, this is a girl who got famous for a street interview where she talked about sucking dick. So why the fuck would you get her to throw a ball across a field during a baseball game? But in any case, this was a decision that was made, again further driving her visibility in more spheres than just the sort of seedy kind of YouTube, nighttime street interview type thing that she initially got famous for. I'm here for Scott. Thank you for being on Footstool for 13 months. Thanks for the 13 months, Chairman. Thanks for sticking around that long as well. And thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. We'll do 5 new Footstalls. Hope you enjoy those emotes. Oh, congratulations, Anthropy, on getting sniped. So, however, the thing that would really solidify her relevance in the mainstream media sphere, and unfortunately for quite a lot of us on various different other spheres of the internet as well, was the fact that the very same month, just 5 days later, on August 21st, Haley Welch would go on to establish a YouTube channel that would go on to become the platform from which she would broadcast a podcast that she founded called the Talk Tour Podcast with Haley Welch. With a name like that, it's no wonder that it became the favorite of so many people around the world. And the description of this channel reads, quote, "Coming off her unprecedented viral moment and the biggest meme of all time," bold description, but certainly one of the biggest of 2024, I suppose, unfortunately, "Haley Welch is ready to show the world that she's much more than a 30-second clip, and she's here to stay. With celebrities from all walks of life across comedy, music, sports, and pop culture looking to collaborate with the social media sensation, Haley Welch continues her rise in charity aspirations with support from some of the biggest names across the world. Each episode of Talk Tour will feature Haley and her celebrity counterpart as they sit down for hilarious conversations, deep dives into stardom, and games/segments that will bring out the most candid and completely unfiltered sides of both Haley and her guests. New episodes weekly. Follow us on TikTok, Twitter, and Instagram at Talk Tour Pod. Now, a few of you may be wondering, the fuck does this have to do with Mythos? Don't worry, just wait a few minutes, we're going to get there. However, with this particular endeavor by her, Now, if you're curious, the episodes became a lot more erratic because, like most, like with most mainstream celebrities that start off being internet famous, this whole streak of fame ended with a crypto scam. But that's kind of besides the point. In any case, true to the premise of this show, Haley would indeed manage to nab several high-profile legacy media celebrities to appear on her show, including but not limited to Whitney Cummings, Wiz Khalifa, Jojo Siwa, and Mark Cuban, of all people. And, you know, she'd get all of these big as well as, you know, Jake Paul, KSI, that kind of thing. She'd get all of these celebrities, pop onto her show, they'd all talk together, and you'd get this sort of interaction between someone who was internet famous and now sort of mainstream celebrity kind of, and someone who had always been a kind of media, legacy media-esque famous person. And this would continue as a sort of established format for quite a few months thereafter. And finally, at the end of 2024, you have, you know, the whole cycle is complete with where all internet memes go to die. When Haley would make an appearance on the Jimmy Kimmel live show, whatever that variation of late night talk show is called, in a bit about something to do with trying to lawyer her way into getting a client compensated for dropping an ice cream or something banal and inane like that. But in any case, the main fact is she showed up for a skit on a late night talk show with Jimmy Kimmel. So the life cycle of the meme was complete. This was the total, well, this was where the logical final stage of development for any internet meme that gets run into the ground by legacy media. J8's Raiders, thank you for being a Footstool for 18 months. Holy, hello, Chairman. Don't know what to say. No problem. I appreciate your support for so long. Makira's, thank you for the 5. Was not expecting the Hawk Tour girl to be mentioned in a stream about Mythos. Let me cook. The Monster, thank you for the 2. Chaircoin when? No, we'll workshop it. Chaircoin never, hopefully. If I end up shilling a crypto coin, shoot me on the spot, because it's not me anymore. At that point, it's like putting a zombie out of its misery. But in any case, now, few things do need to be said. A lot of people, when they look at this sort of meteoric rise to fame, especially in terms of how random the initial thing was, right? This random internet meme about some girl talking about sucking dick, going from that into hosting a podcast where you end up brushing shoulders with legacy media celebrities. This all seems very fast and this all seems very weird. Where did this all come from? And the thing is about this particular rise into infamy, this sort of blasting into grand heights of visibility, both in the sphere of legacy mainstream media and also online, the online sphere as well. Was this natural? Was this grassroots? Was this sudden burst of media exposure organic? Fuck no. This was astroturf to shit. But the more important question is, was this effective? And I would argue the answer is yes. This woman managed to accrue a gigantically disproportionate amount of attention compared to the actual, when you actually try to compare that to the premise of her initial, appearance on the scene of infamy, right? And so, in order to dissect how this happened, right, to sort of pick apart the mechanics of how she managed to become this famous, because even though it seems random, purposeless, out of nowhere, meaningless, there is a method to this madness, and it starts with revisiting one of the topics that we've discussed on stream multiple times before, and that is the nature of what a meme is. Because that is undeniably what the Hawk Tour girl became. Now, when I talk about memes and the way that they are created, the way that they are spread, I don't mean funny haha on the internet. I don't mean image that gets sent around because people want to use it as slang. What I mean is the original technical definition of the word, a quote-unquote unit of cultural information, such as a concept, belief, behavior, or practice that spreads from person to person via repetition and imitation. Yes, the DNA of the soul. More specifically, the reason why memes are a very potent way of communicating ideas, concepts, things across different groups of people is because of how they end up working and evolving over time. See, the reason why memes are a popular format, a popular form or medium of communication, is because they allow for information to spread at a further and further pace, at a faster pace, the further it spreads, and spread further, the faster it spreads, right? Because of the way that social media algorithms are designed. If something obtains a certain amount of interactions within a short enough span of time, it tends to be boosted to a wider selection of audiences. Rinse and repeat that cycle until something ends up spreading across way more people than initially anticipated. And again, with memes, they allow for not only do they allow for information to spread further, but they accelerate the rate at which information spreads. In other words, they are essentially a viral form of communication, right? However, on top of that, the reason, or at least a consequence of this way of spreading, this method of spreading, this sort of accelerationism where the more people it reaches, the faster it spreads, and the faster it spreads, the more people it reaches, is that over time, the longer a meme exists for, the more popular it becomes, the wider it spreads, the more people both absorb it and try to use it. The more that a meme's meanings become subliminal and reliant on sentiment with spread. Right? The more it spreads, the more it becomes reliant on subliminality and sentimentality rather than staying true to the original thing that meme was supposed to represent. The original concept, belief, behavior, practice, person, whatever, right? A meme becomes more and more watered down the more popular it becomes, like with anything, hobbies included. And so, when you are plotting, we can actually plot out the sort of trajectory of a meme's life cycle on two axes, on a graph if we want to. So let's say we have two axes, right? One in terms of the degree that a meme is reliant on subliminal messages or sentimentality, right? How you feel about something rather than what you think about something, and its popularity over time. As a meme becomes more popular, the more it tends to rely on subliminality and sentimentality. At the beginning of the graph, right at the lower end of the curve, when a meme isn't that popular, it's usually used to sort of encapsulate and or reference a specific event, a specific behavior, a specific attitude, or a specific sensation among a niche group of people. It's an inside joke. This group of people, they stumble upon or they happen upon this sort of this image or whatever, or a phrase or whatever that encapsulates something that each of them understands mutually, right? And as a result, they adopt it as this sort of convenient shorthand amongst themselves to easily communicate this thing, right? However, the more that a meme becomes popular, the more people join in on this game of telephone regarding what it's supposed to mean or what it's supposed to represent, the more the meme ends up becoming dumbed down, essentially, right? As the meme penetrates wider public consciousness, its popularity skyrockets, and so too does its reliance on sentimentality and subliminality for its meaning, or for how people end up interpreting its meaning, right? It becomes, instead of a reference to a specific event, behavior, attitude, or sensation, it just becomes a popular shorthand or trigger for a generalized feeling, a vibe, so to speak. In this particular case, using this example, right? Originally, the context of the Hulk 2 girl was her giving a rather crass answer to essentially a question of what do men want in a relationship? Or specifically, in the sex part of a relationship. Now, originally, when people were using this in memes, right, it would pertain to much the same sort of broad, general scope of the discussion at hand, right? Take, for example, this meme that was posted on Twitter a few days after this thing went viral. Not a few days, a month after this thing went viral, saying, Hulk tour ain't all bad, men want a wife who becomes the mother of their children. What girls think guys want versus what guys actually want, right? Again, it's not exactly one-to-one with what was originally said in the clip, but it was still part of the same wheelhouse in terms of, the topic being discussed. It's still about it's still a sort of reference to how people have different perceptions as to what men want in a relationship, However, over time, what ended up happening was, as the meme became more popular, as it spread to things like random YouTube videos, it became this sort of catchphrase for people to just randomly say for a bit, even if they were in a completely unrelated content field, or became this sort of, look at what the kids are doing now type thing that happened on late night talk shows and legacy media channels. As it became this sort of popular thing to say, acknowledge, do, repeat, whatever, it departed from that initial realm of what it was originally discussing, and now just became this sort of, again, this shorthand substitute trigger for invoking this idea, this vague idea of internet humor, or crudeness, or just banality, how things are funny without having any meaning nowadays in terms of how internet humor works, and finally being synonymous with internet fame itself, right? This idea that the ridiculous idea that someone who gives a street interview where they talk about performing fellatio suddenly ends up skyrocketing into brushing shoulders with mainstream celebrities. The absurdity of the entire thing became a part of what people were referring to, what people were bringing up when they would just use the phrase "hok tua" as part of their everyday vocabulary. Mark Lauer, thank you for the 10. Sounds ironic, but I often associate this meme with common interviews to women. Common interviews where women that talk down to men, but this one has no inherent message, and so became more viral than the others I was referring to. Yeah. So, again, when it came to this particular meme, just like you said, right? Part of what made this skyrocket in popularity, what made it so easily adopted and spread, was the fact that it was so devoid of meaning beyond what was obviously stated, right? It was just someone being crass about what men want in a relationship, right? Someone who's going to spit on that thing and give them that hok tua, right? So, this is the sort of life cycle of a meme. However, the thing is, this life cycle of a meme, and why I feel like this case study is such a perfect exemplar of this, is because it also happens to almost perfectly correspond with the evolution of someone from being a niche micro-celebrity to being a celebrity, in the sense that, similar with memes, right? Micro-celebrities are people that become known amongst a small or specific niche or community. Part of their appeal comes from how they are accessible, right? They are people that are like you or I. They're accessible, they're more relatable, they have a narrow range of appeal, but in return for that, they have a more idiosyncratic brand. They are harder to replicate, just as they are harder to explain to someone outside of the in-group. However, as someone's level of fame increases, as they move from micro-celebrity to celebrity proper, these aspects of their level of notoriety, or the features of their notoriety, begin to shift and change. The edges begin to be rounded out as the brand, so to speak, begins to expand outwards. Celebrities, as opposed to micro-celebrities, are much more distant. They are much less relatable. However, they now gain a wider degree of appeal to more people. Now, as a cost of that, of course, their branding becomes less specific and more generalized. Their audience has grown, and so too does their need to appeal to different demographics. So they often end up cutting down on the things that previously made them distinctive, idiosyncratic, or, in other words, unique. However, the thing that I want to emphasize is, as something tends to become more popular, more widely acknowledged, more widely adopted, it becomes less about the attributes of the thing and more about the overall vibes, the aura surrounding said thing. And you can actually track this in terms of the stages of development between, micro-celebrity to, gaining notoriety to actually becoming a celebrity proper. Micro-celebrities are known for their attributes, right? They are known as something. They are known for something specific. Then in the middle of the transitional period, they become notorious for something, or they become famous for a specific set of traits or an accomplishment or something here or there. And then finally, when they become a proper celebrity, it becomes more about an aura that they project. The the status of being, sorry, the state of being well known is less of a reward, less of something that is earned, and more so just an inherent trait, a status that just exists surrounding an individual, right? This is when someone goes from being famous for something to just being famous, period. People don't know necessarily, or might not know necessarily, what made them famous. They just know that they are. And it is at this point of a celebrity's development when both their brand and their ability to commodify that brand becomes the most potent. Because when it comes to selling things, when it comes to marketing things, what you want, or ideally what most products want, is the ability to market things based off of nothing more than vibes. Can I sue for emotional damage? My brain cells are dying. This is an example that is rather banal and mind-numbing, but the mechanics of it are something that I at least find quite fascinating. See, once a celebrity manages to transition to that point where everyone just knows them for being famous, even if they don't really know and or care as to what they're famous for, once they are able to simply project that aura of being famous, of being a celebrity, of being able to have a set of close associations that are part of their overall aura, they become a very powerful marketing tool, because simply by association, if you manage to have them being associated with a specific product, parts of their overall quote-unquote aura would potentially be able to migrate over to whatever product is being associated with them. Take, for example, Hugh Jackman, right? Actor, played Wolverine in X-Men, and he's very known for being this sort of masculine, refined, charming type of guy, right? Now, as a result of that, people don't really give a shit too much about Hugh Jackman, besides the fact that he played Wolverine and that he has a very, very well-groomed appearance, etc., etc. And so, when he ends up marketing products, right? For example, aviation gin or Mont Blanc fountain pens, right? They end up, by virtue of those marketing campaigns that aim to draw a close association between Hugh Jackman and the product in question, what those campaigns are aimed at doing is having that aura, those aspects of his aura, being masculine, being refined, being charming, having those aspects sort of cross over into the product itself. Now, what this vibes-based approach to marketing is designed to do is to get the possible buyer to focus more on how that product makes them feel and how that association makes them feel. And by doing so, fast forward through their critical thinking. Because, obviously, what the fuck does Hugh Jackman have to do with the process of making alcohol? Why is Hugh Jackman more qualified than literally anybody else when it comes to telling me what a good gin is supposed to look and or taste like? He doesn't have that qualification. He's an actor. Same thing goes for fountain pens. He's an actor. What the hell does he know about fountain? Now, if someone who had a particular fixation around fountain pens were to give a recommendation, let's say, for example, someone who might be more familiar to us, Sheena, right? If Sheena were to give a recommendation when it comes to a fountain pen, she's done content basically talking about how much that has been like a sort of area of interest for her, etc., etc. So that establishes a degree of credibility, plausibility that allows you to satisfy that particular, the legitimacy of that particular recommendation from a critical thinking standpoint as well. But again, the whole point of this type of marketing using celebrities is to essentially bypass that critical thinking mechanism in the consumer's mind, to bypass that element of, does this actually have some form of logical foundation? Should I be taking recommendations as to what to buy from this specific person? What is this person's area of expertise and the validity of their opinion when it comes to recommending a particular product or type of product or whatever? And go straight past that into, I want to buy this because I want to be like this person, right? So, oh, she mentioned, yeah, I'm dropping the lawsuit. That's a weight off my mind. But yeah, so essentially the whole point is that, once you get past that point, the aim is to hopefully push the consumer into a position where they are not thinking about, okay, does it make sense for me to take a gin recommendation from Hugh Jackman or a fountain pen recommendation from Hugh Jackman straight into, I want to be masculine, I want to be charming, I want to look refined, I'll buy these things because Hugh Jackman promoted them or because he was shot in the same photo as they are, right? And so this is why celebrities are such powerful marketing tools once they reach that point of celebrity. But then the question becomes, okay, how do you actually reach that point of celebrity? If there exist such powerful walking tools that can allow you to, that can facilitate entire marketing campaigns designed to exploit sentiment, feeling, etc., vibes among large swaths of various consumer demographics. How do you actually create these beacons of marketing connotation and significance? And the answer is tied to, yet again, another concept that we've discussed in previous streams, which is semiotics, the study of signs and how they're used to convey meanings. Again, for those who aren't familiar, even though this is something I've explained multiple times before, the theory of semiotics basically dictates that all signs are visual symbols, visual signifiers, messages that are comprised of two parts. One, a signifier, basically some sort of thing that is designed, the medium that is designed to bear a significant or a signified meaning, and the signified meaning itself, right? Let's say, for example, a stop sign. Stop, the word is, it's what that sign, right, means is pretty self-explanatory. It means stop. But then you combine that with the color red, which signals danger, and you have the way that stop signs are designed nowadays. Same thing applies to those those yellow alert signs that you see on roads as well when there's roadwork going on, etc., right? Yellow being pay attention, important, red meaning pay attention, danger, right? And again, all signs are designed to work this way. You have a sign and you have a meaning that it is supposed to bear and convey whenever it is used. The thing is, celebrities are essentially walking signifiers, and just like any other signifier, they are created on purpose through a very deliberate process. Now, the way that a celebrity is quote-unquote created can broadly be summarized in 4 distinct phases. In phase 1, a quote-unquote ordinary person is selected. This is someone that has no difference compared to you or I or literally anybody else who might be walking down the street. In phase 2, a brand identity is then curated. Group of people decide on a set of traits that they would want to emphasize in conjunction with this specific person. Let's say, for example, that you have someone with humble beginnings, who's a talented singer, a woman who's strong and independent, stunning and brave, who has a bent towards environmentalism, is a tragic romantic, maybe has a propensity for falling in and out of love, and who's also a dreamer, a creative, etc., etc., etc. Then, once you have decided upon and or curated an identity for this person, this celebrity to be, that is when the astroturfing happens. That is when you bring in the media, you bring in the influencers, the famous people, the people who make others famous, and you start blasting them into the public spotlight, right? In phase 3, the public is coaxed into taking interest in this person via sustained media exposure. You don't have to like them, or at least not immediately. All that is important is that you get used to seeing them, and you get used to seeing them being associated with those things that we talked about in phase 2, or the aspects of their specific brand identity or whatever. And then once that process is complete, once enough sustained media exposure has been implemented in order to give this person a degree of public recognizability without any further help, or without too much further help, you now have in phase 4 the creation of a bona fide human icon, because fundamentally that is what a celebrity is. And this 4-stage process of creating a celebrity, of picking a person, deciding on a brand, debuting them to the public, and massaging the public into accepting them according to whatever brand you've cooked up earlier on, this whole process mimics perfectly the whole process of creating a sign using what I refer to as semiotic transfer or semiotic infusion. When you have this symbol or you have this sign and you have, you choose a meaning that you try to attach to it, right? You use those two things. You use that sign as a signifier for that meaning. You associate it with that meaning enough times so that the two become tied together in the minds of your audience, right? So when a signifier is selected versus when signified meanings are assigned, when the person is selected for becoming a celebrity, that's when semiotic infusion takes place. You take an ordinary person, you create a brand identity, and you try to essentially bake that into the person thereafter. Then you have the gradual semiotic transfer, where you utilize all of the media exposure at your disposal to try and get the public to accept that this is that person, right? Oh, look at this new celebrity. Look at all of these things that they for sure are naturally, and we definitely didn't decide on ahead of time in order to make them as marketable as possible. And then finally, in the final stage, you have accelerated semiotic transfer. You no longer need this artificial effort to try and give them exposure. They now, by virtue of their status as a celebrity, automatically generate a certain amount of notoriety, recognition, and exposure just simply through existing. And it is at this point that a celebrity's ability to sell things becomes the most potent, because they begin to embody not traits so much as ideas, vibes that people may want to emulate, and as a result may be willing to make purchases in order to get themselves incrementally closer to that imaginary point. So, thing is though, the example that I've used here is Taylor Swift. Now, we can say a lot of things about Taylor Swift. A lot of people can say a lot of things about Taylor Swift, some of which not as positive. But one thing that is difficult to deny is the fact that Taylor Swift is a celebrity that is famous for a reason. She is good at singing. She's relatively good at performing. She even is arguably decent at songwriting. And as a result, when you say, a signifier is selected and a celebrity is created through assigning signified meanings to the person in particular, there is this underlying assumption, right? This thing that most of us take for granted that, okay, this person has a reason for becoming famous. There was something that whoever chose to make Taylor Swift famous, the group of people that surrounded her, press agency, management firm, whatever, there was something that those people latched onto in order to build that celebrity status around her. It makes sense because there is some sort of underlying merit beneath this process of semiotic infusion, semiotic transfer, and stardom. But the question then becomes, what happens when you don't have that underlying premise of talent or some sort of positive attribute? Because very obviously, we have observed before, as long as mainstream media has existed, people becoming famous for seemingly no reason. People who are famous not because they have some sort of special talent or extraordinary life or even a necessarily very interesting personality. We have frequently even seen instances where people become famous and they are just people, the most banal celebrities possible, and yet it happens anyways. So the conclusion from that is very much that the process of celebrity may benefit from people being talented or having some sort of exceptional or extraordinary skill or attribute, but it is independent of that. Yes, being quote-unquote special helps with the process of becoming famous, but it is not crucial to the process of becoming famous. In other words, the process of turning someone into a celebrity involves the accumulation and or transfer of something that is not reliant on the individual's own abilities or attributes. In other words, when you look at throughout this process what is being infused into a person, it's not, an emphasis on their skills, it's not an emphasis on their attributes, it's something else entirely. So the question then becomes, what is it that all celebrities are infused with that turns them into famous people, that turns them into celebrities? And I would argue that the main thing that is infused into a person, that is essentially built up around a person, in order to turn them from being just an ordinary average Jane or Joe into being a celebrity, is the quality of prestige. At the beginning, you have an ordinary person that has no special degree of prestige because they are just an ordinary person. Then they are selected because they've done something that is deemed to be, exceptional or at least worthy of some sort of interest, however superficial or superfluous that interest may be. Then, the more important part, other media actors, legacy media, management firms, whatever, come in and they start to essentially take the prestige that they've accumulated and begin to infuse it into the individual in question, until the individual is then until the individual absorbs enough of that prestige to begin operating independently and as their own source of notoriety, fame, celebrity status, etc., etc., etc. And here is the thing. Here is where it all ties back to one of our favorite topics when it comes to discussing the VTubing industry, and that is resource management. Now, when it comes to the various resources that companies, regardless of what industry they occupy, need in order to function, broadly speaking, you can separate, the resources that companies need into two categories, right? Tangible resources and intangible resources. Now, tangible resources are anything that is easily observed and or obtained and or measured, right? We're talking manpower, money, and time. Very solid, set, you can tell what those resources are, how much of them is being allocated to a thing, as well as how much is being given and taken. It's given and taken, right? However, on the other side of things, companies also are, to some degree at least, reliable on intangible resources. These are things that are not as easily quantified, but just no less crucial to the smooth functioning of a company. Now, in the past, there have been two that we've talked about a significant amount. Loyalty, brand loyalty. How dedicated is a consumer base to sticking to one particular corpo or one particular type of product? The second being novelty, something I talked about quite extensively when I was discussing Sundaria. How new or innovative or special or unique is the thing that you are selling? And as a result, how much value is placed on it purely because of how rare it is, or how special it is because of its rarity, right? Supply, demand are inversely proportional to one another. If something is innovative, if something is new, if something is rare, it is novel, and as a result of being novel and rare, it is therefore automatically more valuable. Now, in the past, when we've talked about intangible resources, we've mostly centered discussions around these two. But here is where I'm going to bring in a third, and that is prestige. Now, prestige is essentially the way that it functions is it acts as a source of reputability, right? You are established, you are recognizable, and it is assumed that with you, you bear the promise of consistency and quality. So when we're looking at each of these intangible resources and what they offer / what they represent, it's pretty simple to do so. Now, when it comes to loyalty in terms of what it offers is pretty self-explanatory, I would argue, right? People keep coming back to buy whatever it is you are selling. I don't think that needs too much explanation as to why loyalty is important or what its function is. However, with novelty and prestige, the reason why these two intangible resources are so valuable for a company is because of the fact that each of them represents something greater, a grander, overarching, more broad concept. For example, novelty represents the idea of innovation, the idea that you are capable of coming up with something new, something that therefore is rare, and something that people have not thought of before, that you have ideas worth pursuing, worth investing in, right? However, with prestige, it offers a slightly different implied benefit. With prestige is implied security, right? The idea that because what you are dealing with has a degree of reputability, has been around for a certain amount of time, it has become almost a part of the legacy of whatever industry you are currently occupying or whatever thing you are currently buying. Because of their history with that thing, they are more trustworthy. It is a safer bet to go with them because of that sense of prestige. However, even more interesting than understanding, right, the sort of implications, the implications from which these two concepts, these two intangible resources derive their value, is the fact that very often in any industry or any business or any field of business, one of the things that you end up noticing when you start paying attention to how different industry actors begin to interact with one another is how these two resources are very often traded in exchange for one another. And to sort of elaborate on this, I want to introduce to you guys a book by the name of Corporate Social Capital and Liability that was published in 1999. Now, basically what the premise of this book is dedicated to exploring how various different corporations utilize and or interact with social capital. Now, for those who haven't tuned into previous streams and might not know what social capital is, to really simplify the idea, again, this is a very, very broad generalization, a very severe simplification. Social capital is, for want of a better word, clout, right? How much gravitas do you possess in the eyes of the people around you? How trustworthy are you? How willing are people to associate with you? All of these aspects of social interaction and or sociology, all these aspects of socialization and social interaction that moderate how willing people are to interact with you, how they interact with you, and how they choose to associate with you, right? And however, it's not just this book in its entirety, but one specific chapter that I want to sort of center around, which is chapter 20, that is titled Technological Prestige and Accumulation of Alliance Capital by Toby E. Stewart. And essentially what this chapter deals with is a concept called alliance capital, defined by Stewart as, quote, a collection of relationships with other firms that can be a valuable source of information, know-how, intellectual property, and new customers. Now, some of you may find this to be quite a familiar concept, right? Basically, you know, how much alliance capital is basically a term that is designed to encapsulate and describe what happens when a bunch of different companies or individuals choose to come together and associate with one another in sort of these mutually beneficial relationships where they get to exchange, you know, information, expertise, IP, and consumer bases, right? Again, this is a concept that most of us are familiar with, even if we didn't know that a technical term for it existed. However, the way in which this chapter goes about exploring how alliance capital works in corporate environments is it ends up exploring specifically how in these relationships, these corporate relationships, these relations between different sized corporations that are based around establishing this flow of alliance capital, right? How these relationships utilize prestige, specifically on page 377 of the book in this chapter, where Stewart says, quote, my thesis is that high prestige creates opportunities for access. High prestige firms exchange a social resource, their imprimatur, or in less, in human speak, their approval, right? Their formal endorsement for a technological resource, access to their competitors' innovation. In other words, what the thesis of this chapter was is that in these relationships between different corporate actors, or even just different actors within a business environment, an actor that has more prestige is going to be, more often than not, willing to exchange that prestige for access, in return for access. And what do they exchange that access for? Well, more tangible resources. In this case, when they're talking about tech firms, technological resources, new technologies, access to new technologies, etc., etc., etc. And so you very often get this relationship where, you have this older legacy actor that chooses to utilize the amount of social capital it has accumulated over the years of operation in the form of prestige and that implied security to a newer actor. You have this newer entrant into the industry that perhaps has, these interesting new ideas or this promising innovations that the older firms want to get at. And how do they get at it? Well, they have to offer something in exchange for it. So they offer this sense of prestige. They offer the newcomer the ability to partake in this prestige by, offering things like licensing perms or public endorsements that, validate this newcomer into the industry. And in exchange for receiving this prestige, the newcomer may be incentivized to procure the benefits of the novelty of whatever it is it has created, invented, or is now pioneering, and that same implication of innovation that can revitalize an otherwise dusty brand image that the older, more legacy company was, previously saddled with. And so, at least as far as this chapter was discussing, in tech industries, this is a very common relationship that exists between older and newer firms, larger and smaller firms, right? Where even if a smaller firm has a newer idea, they are still in need of some sort of prestige in order to help their growth and their establishment into this market. And in that count, older companies are able to help them, bigger companies are able to help them, and in exchange for that, they obtain this sort of mutually beneficial relationship where an older company gets access to innovation, whereas a newer company gets access to prestige. They make up for each other's weaknesses. And prestige is, again, used as a resource to be traded to obtain a different resource. The main resource that is used in order to, essentially keep your business running. The main resource that the industry is built around. But here's the thing. This is not a dynamic that is unique to any industry. It's not even unique to corporate actors, because just as corporate entities can do this, so too can individual actors in an industry or in a market or in a business sphere. Which means that this trade of prestige in return for novelty and innovation is something that occurs basically in any and every industry, including entertainment industries, and within entertainment, including VTubing. Now, here's the thing. What is the main resource that is bought and sold, that is employed in order to actually do your job if you work in an entertainment industry? What is the main resource that all companies rely on, that they need to trade on, at least to some extent? Any ideas? Miyalama, not quite attention, because remember, I'm talking about the resource that you need to employ. Attention is the resource that you are fighting over, right? That's the resource that you are contesting as a corporate actor or as an individual actor, because that's sort of the gateway resource that you have to accumulate before you can start converting it into other things like money or whatever, right? So it's not attention. It's not engagement either. It's not recognition, because all of those fall under the broad, the broad umbrella of attention. It's not public reputation. Okay, key word in that phrase, the resource that is employed in order to do your job. Key word being employed, right? What is the main resource that no company can go without in any industry. Sumo Knight, exactly. Talents, right? Talents are the resource that every company in any industry needs in order to function. Because without talents, without personnel, you don't have people making your product, whatever that product may be. Now, the way in which this interacts with content creation is especially interesting because that resource becomes one and the same with the quote-unquote company in that case. People turn themselves into brands and businesses, and as a result, when they are trying to interact with established mutually beneficial relationships with newcomers into the industry, these can very often take the forms of trying to befriend or be friendly with the fresh meat, other newer talents. And as a result, very often when people look at relationships between different individual content creators in an industry like VTubing, they don't recognize the same sort of almost corporatized relationship that is taking place. You know, for example, we'll look at two companies exchanging something like licensing in return for access to technology, and we'll be able to look at that and go, okay, that's a relationship that's founded on building up alliance capital, right? But when we look at, for example, a more famous VTuber interacting with a smaller VTuber, we're not going to necessarily immediately make that same connection in our heads because we are trained, especially as viewers, to view that through the lens of first, foremost, and usually only interpersonal interaction, right? Or a friendly interaction at most. So, the thing I want you guys to begin to understand or begin to perceive is when we're looking at entertainment industries, which includes VTubing, this dynamic of older actor versus newcomer, trading prestige in return for newfound relevance, that is something that still occurs and very regularly as well. And VTubing is no exception. When we're looking at, for example, Talktua, right? Hawktua. The point isn't that this was a woman that was talking about sucking dick on camera. The point was that this was a woman that was perceived to be the source of online virality and thus, by implication, relevance. And for that reason, legacy media outlets like, for example, the Jimmy Kimmel Show, took an interest in this particular person. From the outside looking in, it seems random, completely nonsensical, absurd, and meaningless. And while it is certainly absurd, there is an underlying rationale behind it. Right? In return for the amount of promotion and mainstream endorsement that mainstream media, legacy media offers, right? The ability to pivot out of just being known as the girl who talked about sucking dick, and instead being able to transition into someone who has the potential to brush shoulders with mainstream celebrities in completely unrelated fields. Right? In exchange for that, what the online persona, what the meme, right, the living meme, the online media personality offers to the legacy media outlets is talent and relevance, especially online relevance, which legacy media outlets struggle to retain and obtain. So this is a mutually beneficial relationship in that sense. And again, very frequently, especially in entertainment, you will get this interaction where legacy members of an industry, right? Let's say more experienced, older, more famous content creators will routinely scout out and or befriend smaller content creators, newer content creators that display a certain amount of promise and offer this exact same mutually beneficial relationship. Again, it's a pretty reptilian way of looking at it, because this doesn't account for things like wanting to be friends or whatever. But if we're looking at VTubing as an industry, and especially VTubing as a career, profession, or in other words, job, it's crucial that we're able to perceive it through this lens. Because this transaction, this relationship being offered, allows us to understand and even just perceive prestige as a resource that is bought, traded, and utilized. And the thing about prestige is when you recognize it as a resource, when you're able to track how it is traded and how it is used, what that allows you to do is understand how it may be misused, how it forms parts of incentives that drive underlying industry relationships. And one of the more interesting things that this particular chapter out of this book does is once it establishes that that prestige is a resource that can be traded and bartered and utilized in that way, right? It also then establishes the shortcomings of that resource, what it can do, what it can't do, and more importantly, how should you use this very real but intangible resource. More specifically, on page 378, Stewart says, quote, "In general, organizations acquire prestige when they make significant contributions to the communities to which they belong. Just as the members of any community or actors can be ranked by relative prestige, every industrial community can be described as an ordering of status positions. In other words, prestige and the status upon which it is built does not come from nothing. It is a resource that, though it can be obtained from another party, is never obtained for free. And it is a resource that requires, in order for it to emerge organically and or sustainably, that you actually do something in order to earn it. In the words of Stewart, you have to make some sort of significant contribution to the community or space that you belong in order to acquire that prestige to begin with. In the realm of, tech firms, this usually comes in the form of making some sort of technological innovation that opens the way for further innovations to be made down the line in the future. If you make that initial innovation as a firm, you gain the prestige from doing so. Every subsequent innovation that builds off of yours adds to your acclaim. And that's how prestige works in that regard. But here's the thing. In other industries, it works the exact same way. People who start off with prestige do not get it for no reason. It doesn't happen. It doesn't crop up out of nothing. They have usually done and or accomplished something that gives them that sense of surrounding underlying prestige. And then that becomes a resource that they can freely trade as they want to, right? They can use this as some sort of leverage in order to establish positive relationships with newcomers into the industry, people who maybe haven't had the chance to establish as impressive a portfolio or amass as many accomplishments as older, more famous legacy members of an industry. But more importantly than anything, even though it's not outright stated in this particular passage, what this implies is that prestige as a resource it has differing degrees of usefulness depending on whether it is organically gained or simply given to you by a third party. Because what this implies, right, when it says that organizations acquire prestige when they make significant contributions to communities to which they belong. In other words, that prestige must be earned in order to be acquired. What that means is, even though you can trade prestige in the sense of trying to bestow it upon another party, if you didn't earn that prestige for yourself, and you are simply acquiring it via association with another party, with an older actor, with a legacy actor in the same industry, what this means is prestige that isn't earned is prestige that is merely loaned. If you didn't do anything in order to accrue or build up that sense of prestige yourself, right? If you haven't found some way of accumulating it for yourself, if you haven't found some way of carving out your own niche, making yourself distinctive, earning your place in an industry, it doesn't matter how much prestige you are given by other parties. The moment they leave, that prestige leaves with them if you aren't able to come up with any way of generating it on your own. So that is why I refer to prestige that you inherit or that you are given from other actors as prestige that is merely on loan. It essentially buys you time to try and establish yourself in an industry, to prove your worth as an actor, as an entity in and of yourself, right? And the thing is, you have a set amount of time within which to do that, because when the legacy media actors or when the legacy actors in your particular industry withdraw their support, stop shilling you as hard, if you don't have any way of justifying an audience's continued attention, you are going to lose even the attention that was given to you to begin with. Same applies in tech industries, and the same applies to entertainment industries. And just as it's the case with things like Hollywood or music making, VTubing is, after all, an entertainment industry. Clout can be bestowed, but unless you figure out how to generate it on your own, it is merely loaned. Such was the case with the Hawk Tuah girl, because essentially what was going on was when all of the legacy media outlets focused their attention on her, what they were doing is lending her their prestige, and she had, from the moment that began happening, a limited amount of time from which she can try to essentially funnel that into the creation of a sustainable personal brand, which is what she was trying to do when she founded the Talk Tuah podcast. Essentially taking all of that legacy media attention, that loaned prestige, and trying to convert it into something that was more organic, right? Something that came from her, in her own content, her own associations, etc., etc. That was why it was so important for her to establish that podcast and then start getting celebrity guests on there. But again, this is not a dynamic that is unique to mainstream media. What Talk Tuah proves is that, well, again, that whole idea of prestige that is given from the outside, from a third party, is prestige that is only on loan, and that you have a set amount of time to use that. Well, you have a set amount of time from which you receive that in order to try and figure out some way of beginning to generate it yourself, for yourself, and totally on your own. Which brings us, rather conveniently, to the main topic of the stream, a company that did receive an extraordinary amount of third-party loaned prestige from other actors. Mythos HQ. It's funny, Xerox was the actual innovator when it came to Windows, but Microsoft got all the prestige for it. Yeah, funny how that works. Ravu and Nikki, don't date yourself too hard. Sorry, give me a second. Okay, so Mythos, in terms of its origin, is largely shrouded in mystery. It still is, in fact. It is one of the few corporations that cropped up around 2023, early 2024, and for which we still don't have either a specifically named CEO from when it first started, and or official company registration details. We don't even know if the official registered name of Mythos the company is in fact Mythos. For all intents and purposes, Mythos is a company that could very well, according to the lack of documentation that is accessible to the public, might as well not officially exist, right? However, the few bits we do know about Mythos do give us enough information to discern, at the very least, the method by which they chose to try and build up a brand and establish one in the first place. So, essentially, on November 23rd to 25th, 2 accounts would be made on Twitter and YouTube respectively. On On Twitter, YouTube account will be made under the name of Mythos HQ, and on YouTube, much the same. The account's bio would be pretty bare. Both would be based in the United States, but on YouTube it would contain links to 3 separate YouTube channels. One by the name of Zeus Mythos VT, one by the name of Hades Mythos VT, and a final one by the name of Poseidon Mythos VT. However, a few days later, roughly about a week from that point, on December 2nd, the Mythos Twitter account would post what would be the first promotional teaser, alluding to and building up hype for the first debut generation of this company, with the caption, "Greetings, mortals. Buckle your seatbelts." I'm just gonna give this trailer a short watch to see exactly what it consisted of.
Get ready to buckle your seatbelts, ladies.
How's the audio for you guys, by the way? Oh boy, this is gonna hurt. Think it's fine? Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, because in a realm where ancient myths and modern obsessions collide on an even more wild plane than Dr. Doofenshmirtz overdosing on Xanax, the world is about to change. For longer than a Reddit mod's obsession for feet, the gods of old have taken on many forms, captivating the hearts and minds of humanity. Now, don't get caught with your pants down, but the
Bit loud? Okay, should be slightly better. Yes, this is Charlie, as in Penguin Zero / Moist Critical. Louder than your voice. Okay, I've turned it down to about half the volume.
Divine has found its new avatar. They may look like your average basement-dwelling, fart-sniffing streamer that puts their pants on one nipple at a time like everyone else, but you couldn't be more wrong.
So, one of the things that I want to sort of point out, that it's a bit of a no shit Sherlock type thing, but it is worth pointing out regardless. Much of the commentary surrounding how people end up interpreting this trailer is very, very reliant, as a lot of you guys have already pointed out in chat, on understanding and or enjoying how Moist Critical specifically as a content creator does commentary, how he talks, the figures of speech that he employs, etc., etc. Fuckle your seatbelts, all of the various, the various similes and metaphors comparing things to Reddit mods or fart sniffing, putting on your pants one nipple at a time. That is a phrase that makes literally no sense if you don't watch any Moist Critical and you have no idea as to where that, where he first uttered that phrase or what that phrase initially meant, right? Again, this is commentary that is not designed to cater to an audience that is not familiar with how Moist Critical speaks, and as a result, a significant amount of the meaning and thus the weight and significance of the trailer, the commentary of the trailer, is entirely predicated on somebody being familiar with and or enjoying Moist Critical's commentary and content.
Zeus
here, god of the skies.
So, immediately, there's 2 things we know about this. One is that it's sort of irony poisoned internet shitpost kind of, low effort commentary, haha, right? Which is all of the things that are kind of at this point built into Moist Critical's brand, right? But patron saint of safe edgy. Yeah, I agree. So, and on top of that, now we have an idea of an actual, something approaching an actual understandable aesthetic, right? Something VTuber related, which is the fact that this is going to be based, thematically at least, visually, based around Greek gods, Greek mythology, right? Oh yeah, that's the other thing. This is a fucking VTuber agency. The fuck does Moist Critical have to do with VTubing, right? And again, the whole point of this advertising strategy is exactly as I described earlier on in the stream. entirely focused around vibes and personal connotations, right? In this case, the personal brand of Charlie Moist Critical Penguin Zero, rather than any sort of logical, critical, evaluation of, hold on, Charlie isn't a VTuber. He doesn't seem to get much about VTubing as an industry or a medium or a trade. Why is this guy promoting a VTuber company? Why should I take this seriously simply because it's Charlie talking, right? I started watching Critical since he was a tiny gaming channel. It doesn't make any sense to me either. Yeah, exactly. It's wholly based off of vibes, right? And, you look in the background, instead of Godfather, Godmother, so, the agency's kind of tongue-in-cheek, kind of ironic. Oh, what if Greek pantheon, but we swapped the genders, whoa, right? Of the cosmos, Lord of the Skies, and then you have the classic, kind of VTuber girl failure type thing, hasn't taken a bath in 3,000 years, right? Obey me, etc., etc. I mean, he commented somewhat on Niji and knows how to run a business at least. But to my knowledge, he's never been in charge fully. Yeah, that's why I don't really view him as someone who is knowledgeable on how to run a business, right? He's someone who is affiliated with quite a number of businesses. He has certainly founded businesses, but I don't associate Charlie Moist Critical with running businesses or even really with having a degree of business acumen. So, yeah. And even if he commented on Niji, I don't think that's really saying much because everyone and their dog and mothers commented on Niji when that was big. That was part of why it became, so mainstream. Having Critical's voice in the intro feels like someone aping totally online aesthetic. That's a pretty accurate way of putting it, to be completely honest. I don't mind the concept of VTuber Corpo centered around mythology. See, that's the thing. We're going to get into that later on when we're talking about Mythos' brand.
Nice to have mortals underfoot again.
Hades.
Get it? Right? Because Moist Critical talked about people having foot fetishes earlier on, and now Zeus is alluding to having people under her feet.
Everyone's favorite problem child and monarch of the underworld.
Queen of the underworld, goddess of riches, poster of shit, you won't die alone, right? So again, this is very much attempt at, interweaving internet shitposting culture with Greek mythology. An interesting mix, has potential, but we'll see how they try establishing this as a company.
Hades nuts fit in your mouth.
And of course, the god of the underworld makes a D's nuts joke.
Poseidon.
It's your girl Poseidon, Lord of the Seas. I'm incredibly wet.
Get it? 'Cause Poseidon's like the god of the ocean, and the ocean is wet, just like an anime waifu that's being lewd with the viewer. Yeah, it's the same sort of vibe, right? But again, you look at the sort of the text that's behind her, god of the seas, storms, and earthgasms. Again, this is sort of building up the idea that she's supposed to be like the lewd tuber among the debut gen, right? Not like the other girls. Seamen worship me, making a pun on that word. Hates dry humor. Again, very much this sort of, haha, look at all of this stuff, etc., 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 look at how ironic all of this is. Yeah, that defined a big part of what Mythos seemed to be going for when it released its initial promo material.
Okay. Rise now, ye tarnished. These gods, once revered throughout history,
Elden Ring reference, again. Are they, again, so based off of this, there's a bunch of things that kind of emerge as possible possible points that the brand could center around, right? It's really signposting, hey, look, we're self-aware, etc., etc., right? Very millennial type humor. But yeah, so you have a bunch of different points. I'm starting to think, okay, you have this sort of very much self-aware, ironic humor, shit posty, Greek mythology based? Are they, how much of their content is going to be about, going to revolve around the fact that they are based around Greek goddesses, or how is it going to be based around mythology or storytelling? There's an Elden Ring reference, so are they hinting at the idea that this is going to be a company of gamers, or what exactly is going on here?
Have now manifested as virtual tubers. Together, they form a more badass and cohesive group than me and your geriatric mother. It's the Avengers, a symbol of assholes.
Hey!
I mean, the cornucopia of concubines.
Let's rewind that a few seconds. In case you're not entirely convinced just how reliant the branding of this video is on the audience overlapping with Moist Critical's own audience, I'm just going to replay what he just said.
I mean, the cornucopia of symbol of ass-trick mother. It's the Avengers, a symbol of assholes.
Hey!
It's the Avengers, a symbol of assholes. What the fuck does that even mean? Is he saying they're bad people? Like, what? Please don't rewind that. Yeah, it's just alliteration without any thought paid to the actual meaning of the words, which is textbook celebrity marketing, right? It's just vibes and nothing else. I'm curious thing about the two, more irony, poison, drivel. Exactly, right?
I mean, the cornucopia of concubines.
Cornucopia of concubines. Okay, now that one makes slightly more sense. More points for actually having something to do with, thematically. It's at least thematically adjacent to, mythology, right? Cornucopia. Concubines are also something that people associate with the ancient world. So, okay, we're getting a little warmer in terms of something that actually seems relevant to the theme the company seems to be going for. It's a hell of a lot better than Avengers of Assholes. But again, still not something that makes too much sense if you actually try to think about it.
Yes.
The dystopia of degenerates.
Hold up. I think
Dystopia of degenerates, and we're cold again.
he has a point.
Join their epic journey as they collect the Dragon Balls equivalent of VTubing, carving out this glorious...
To collect the Dragon Balls equivalent of VTubing. Does anyone have any idea as to what that might actually be, even? What would you consider the Dragon Balls of VTubing? Like a sort of bucket list to tick off once you debut as a VTuber? What, get cancelled on Twitter once? Have a meltdown on stream? Pull off a subathon with a goal you didn't want to hit? Get a super chat where someone sexually harasses you? Like, what are we talking in terms of Dragon Balls of VTubing? Unbox something on stream, have a yab, bring up your period, have a bathroom break where you forget to mute your mic? Like, what exactly? What are we calling the Dragon Balls of VTubing here? If we're going to associate it with power level, well, how you define a VTuber's power level? Is it how cute and dumb they are, or what? Is this what a lobotomy feels like? Probably not what a lobotomy feels like, but I would imagine that this is rather similar to what it's like after the lobotomy is done. A Google Docky has to be a Dragon Ball, surely. Yeah, writing and or featuring in a Google Docky has to be like one of the Dragon Balls for sure.
anal cavity of history. Mythos.
Again, part of it's something that people kind of or understandably become a little desensitized to after listening to Charlie speak for more than 30 seconds. But a lot of this commentary is crass, crude, etc., etc. And that might not in and of itself be a problem, provided that is actually what you're going for. And while I am quite certain that that is what Mythos was going for, how intentional that was is a little dubious, at least from my perspective.
That's it. See ya.
He even ends the trailer the exact same way that he would end one of his videos, right? So again, when I look at this, the substance, significance of the branding that is conveyed through this trailer is not so much centered around Mythos itself, or at least it's not solely around Mythos itself. It's not even majority centered around Mythos itself or the VTubers. It is, I would argue, wholly dominated by Charlie's own brand, unique style of commentary, delivery, and associations. This was not so much a trailer for Mythos, so much as it was a trailer showcasing Charlie's affiliation with Mythos. Because again, like I said, the centerpiece of this commentary was not really the company, was not even really the talents. It was Charlie. If you don't get Charlie, if you don't like Charlie, you are probably not going to get nor like this trailer. And when the narrator's role in a trailer is that significant, I'm sorry, but the focus of the trailer is no longer on the supposed subject. It's on the narrator. Then, to sort of build on this, right? This was the first sort of video promo piece that Mythos put out prior to the debut of its first generation. However, about 2 weeks later, they would follow up with a second promo video. This time, rather bizarrely, a compilation of reactions to their opening trailer. A video that was published on December 13th onto both their, I believe onto their YouTube, that was titled Everyone Reacts to Mythos VTuber Trailer, featuring Penguin Zero. So again, really hammering home the idea that Charlie being associated with the company is really important to the marketing. And, well, let's just take a look at this promo video. In terms of format, it's rather unusual. I don't think I've seen a lot of cases where a company tries to create a promo video that is entirely based around showcasing reactions to their initial trailer. But let's see what they've chosen to put in. Or more importantly, yeah, exactly. Imel, you're asking the right questions. One thing I want you guys to pay attention to as we go through this video is who they have chosen to include, whose reactions they've chosen to include, and more importantly, why these people? What are they supposed to signify?
Well, today, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and we're going to react to
this trailer.
Now I'm a React Andy, so
Let's
this is
see
right
what
up
this
my...
is.
Look at it.
Get ready to buckle your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen, because in a realm where
That
ancient myths
Charlie?
Because in a
Moist?
realm where ancient
It's gonna be a VTuber. No.
Oh shit, it's Charlie!
I'm sorry. Is that more?
What did they lead with? Is that Moist? Moist Critical. Charlie Penguin Zero of Moist Critical fame. Again, all of the initial reactions center around the fact that it is Charlie speaking. This is why I said earlier on that the centerpiece of the trailer was not so much the company itself or the talents or even, anything to do with the themes or the aesthetics or the premise. It was mostly, hey, look, we got Charlie Moist Critical Penguin Zero to voice our company trailer. There's something else, though.
Moist Critical?
Goddamn! Coolest thing ever! Holy moly, my mind is...
The most unexpected collab I've ever seen.
For longer than a Reddit mod's obsession for feet, the gods
That's pretty
of old have taken
big
on
exception
many
there.
forms.
I'm enthralled. I'm deeply enthralled.
Okay, so, two other things. At this point in the video, we have seen most of the cast that is going to be reacting to it, right? There's only about two or three other creators, I think two other creators that haven't been shown yet. But looking at the creators that reacted to the trailer, that are now having their reactions shown in this compilation, there are two particular things that I think are particularly noticeable about it. Does anyone have any clue as to what those two things might be? Deeply enthralled indeed. Did anyone who reacts to this give a shit, or do they all just phone it in? Well, that depends on how you judge these reactions. Not paid reactions? Guess he's got questions to answer. Where's Steven's bag of money? Yes, Eddie. The first thing that you notice is that a lot of these are Western normies. A good deal of the minority of the people reacting to these are actually VTubers, or even VTuber adjacent. Most of the people reacting are flesh tubers, flesh react tubers at that. So again, the question becomes, what do these people have to do with VTubing, and why should I take their opinions seriously when it comes to promoting a VTuber agency? But there's something else as well. Something to do with the actual screen, or what's missing from the screen when all of these individual creators react to the trailer. So you have, these shots of their faces, their backgrounds, their foogies, their models, depending on who exactly you're talking about. But what don't you see that you would usually see, at least somewhere on screen, during an ordinary reaction video? They're not all men. Fifi is there. Well, that's the diversity higher, I suppose. But yeah, mostly men. Mostly men. Yes! Robot meat. Where is chat? In none of these clips do we see their chats on screen as they are reacting, which implies that these are not reactions that were done on stream, but rather reactions that were done in private. And if the reactions were done in private, the question then becomes, how did they know to perform these reactions? How did they know to hit record before reacting to the trailer? Which, by extension, implies that they were asked to do this. They were specifically approached by someone, obviously Mythos, to do this. This is not an organic reaction, so to speak. This is a marketing strategy. This is a marketing ploy. It's part of a campaign, an organized campaign, in order to drum up attention around something. And in at least one of these cases, because I asked DN, or I asked Nisaki, was this a reaction that you recorded in private, or was it something you did on stream? And he said that, yeah, this was something that he did in private, right? It was something that he was asked to do in private. So that's been confirmed to be the case in at least one of these reactions. And I'm going to assume, based off of that at least there are at least others, if not all of them, are the same. In the sense that these are privately recorded reactions that were done at the behest of the company that they are reacting to. Does marketing like this work? Well, that depends. Do you feel like Mythos has a strong brand as a company?
Damn, coolest thing ever. Holy moly, my mind is...
The most unexpected collab I've ever seen.
For longer than a Reddit mod's obsession for feet, the gods
That's pretty
of old have taken
big exception
on many
there.
forms.
I'm enthralled. I'm deeply enthralled.
The gods of old have taken on many forms.
Are they gonna do like a Greek god type group?
Don't get
I don't know, bro. Their name is Mythos. Or it says by the way, it says in the reply to the trailer, it tags the names of the talents. It has Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon in the handles, in the replies underneath the video, and in the description on the video as it exists on YouTube. I don't know, man. This is why I have such a... If you want a content creator to promote your stuff, why go with a content creator who specializes in React content? I'm not saying that all React tubers do this, but there's a reason why a meme when it comes to React tubers is that they just state the obvious out loud, right? Come on.
caught with your pants down, but the divine has found its new avatar.
I have no pants on right now.
Those are VTubers, yeah. Okay.
They may look like your average basement.
I need to see them, please, please.
Fart sniffing streamer that puts their pants on one nipple at a time like everyone else, but you couldn't.
Funnily enough, the reaction from this guy, his name is Lost Pause, a YouTuber by the name of Lost Pause. It actually perfectly showcases what I was talking about earlier. He heard that phrase, He's not I doubt he's familiar with where that phrase comes from, and his immediate reaction is sort of confusion that he laughs off, right? He just goes, what does he mean? Put your pants on one nipple at a time. He looks down at his own chest, and then he starts laughing, right?
Okay.
Zeus.
Again, that was not a reaction to anything to do with the trailer or the company or the talent or the branding. That was purely a reaction to Moist Critical's personal style of commentary. So again, the majority of the weight, the significance, and the attention is funneled into Moist Critical voicing the trailer rather than the thing that the trailer is supposed to be pitching.
Zeus here. God of the
Oh
skies.
my god. Oh my god!
Zeus.
You could not get more Reactuber than that. Like, I know that Nags is like friends with Chibi Doki, but I cannot bring myself to take Reactubers seriously when they do things like that. Like, come on. Come on. Oh, Pontiff, welcome to the stream. You could be right about the private reactions, but in Nux's case, he never puts chat on screen because chat getting his videos demonetized. That's fair enough. That's fair enough. And again, I'm not saying that every single one of these reactions happened, off stream. But the fact that DN confirmed that at least one of them did makes me think that there are at least others that, there are more than just one, right? Especially because none of these reactions seem to be them responding to or playing off of a chat being there somewhere off screen.
Zeus here.
Zeus.
Whoa!
Nice
Hasn't
to have
taken a bath in
mortals
3,000
again.
years. Very stinky.
Nice to have
Tsundere.
mortals underfoot again.
Obey me. Yep, that's Tsundere.
Hades.
Everyone's favorite problem child and
Oh.
Monica the Underworld.
Oh my
Hades
god,
nuts
that's...
fit in your mouth.
Okay, well...
Damn, if that's Hades, hey, maybe hell ain't so bad after all. Wood.
It's not
Poseidon.
Girl
Gods!
Poseidon.
Bro.
I'm incredibly wet.
Very.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what? What? What?
Damn. What a sex joke, am I right?
Oh no, my god.
No.
Rise
We
now,
stand
ye
for Poseidon.
tarnished.
Y'all are nasty.
We stand for Poseidon. Witty. I'll give him that. That was very witty.
Nasty.
All right.
Rise now,
I see
ye
where we're going
tarnished.
with this.
These gods, once revered throughout history, have
Three,
now
we got three.
manifested as- They form a more badass and cohesive group than me and your geriatric mother.
What is the name? It's gotta be something cool.
Cohesive group than
Literally,
me
what
and your
is this?
geriatric-
This reaction in particular, where Evanito tilts towards the screen and goes, "What is this?" Well, it's not a lie per se, but based off of some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about in part 2, safe to say it's not a very authentic reaction, right? That's 100% faked. He's not surprised at this. There's no fucking way he's surprised at this. But, again, we'll save that for part 2.
Mother. It's the
Why are you bringing my
Avengers, a
mother into this,
symbol of
Moist?
Avengers, a symbol of assholes.
What is going?
I mean,
what is this
the
trailer?
cornucopia
It was
of
See, that's what I'm saying. What is this trailer?
Avengers, dude, what?
the
Well,
Dopia
she
of
knows who Jesus is.
generous.
Interesting. Okay.
Did a Greek
I didn't ask DN if he was paid to do this. I should probably ask. Very safe to say.
god just say Jesus?
Dopia of degenerates.
Hold up. I think he has a point.
During their epic journey as they collect.
What is their name?
Man, I really want to know what their actual models look like now, too.
This glorious anal cavity of history.
Why? Okay.
Mythos.
Okay, that's fucking sick.
That is friggin' awesome.
Mythos. So we got a new VTuber agency apparently called Mythos.
That's it.
Moist Critical narrating the trailer? I don't
Again, starts with that, ends with that. everyone pogging about the fact that Moist Critical voiced the Mythos trailer.
I know what this company is.
Oh my!
Yeah, that's also something else that's quite funny, right? Why do they know what Christianity is? Who wrote this?
God!
And then December 14th.
December 14th, 2020.
Actually, yeah, let me type out a message to DN just in case he's online. Wait. I'm in the middle of stream right now. Stream right now, and chat is asking if you were paid to do this. All right, we'll see if he ends up seeing that at some point before the end of the stream.
23.
December 14th, I'm here.
December 14th. Mid-December is a stacked month for VTubers. Holy shit.
Look at this. That is so sick.
Wow, that was actually incredible. And, you know, I'm looking forward to these girls' debuts.
Perfect number of VTubers for a debut. We give this trailer a moist out of 10.
Dude, they're all Greek god waifus. Dude, they look so good.
Charlie narrating this definitely is throwing me for a loop. I fucks with this a lot. This is cool.
It's a lot of Greek guns out there. A lot of interesting people that can come out, and we got their first line.
I'm like hesitant to make like dirty jokes about this, but then again, they're the ones making all these freaking filthy, vile references with Moist, telling me all about different analogies of buttholes.
The degeneracy and the unbeatable allegations these girls are going to go through just of the concept, man. Like, the jokes write themselves.
I love it. I'm here for it. Let's go. Mythos seems hype as all hell. The Greek gods returning as VTubers? Yes.
It being voiced over by Charlie was unexpected and amazing, and they're all hot. What can I say?
Great job.
Big booby goddesses. You know, I guess you can never have enough of those.
So, that was the particular compilation. However, as I alluded to before, when you start breaking down the reactions of the people, well, the people who were, I assume, approached in order to record their reactions to submit for the purposes of making this promo video, some things become quite interesting when you start to take note of who Mythos bothered to approach. When you actually put out, you know, all of these people are credited in the description of the video, by the way, so you can confirm the list there yourself if you want to. But when you actually start looking at the demographics of the people that were contacted in order to give their reactions, again, you start to notice a little something, right? For starters, something that automatically sticks out as a little bit weird. Like I said, well, not quite as I said, just under half of all of the people commenting are not even VTubers. They are flesh streamers, and for the most part, React tubers. So, what do they have to do with VTubing, and especially corporate VTubing? I have no clue, to be perfectly honest. However, the other thing is, when you look at the others, well, even the ones who are VTubers, who ended up reacting to this and having their reactions included in this, 3 of them are content creators that are very commonly classed in a niche that people have a significant degree of aversion to in this industry. 3 of them were, at the time, very frequently classed as drama tubers, still are. So why would you, a new company trying to debut, presumably to find a new audience, getting 3 drama tubers to essentially promote your brand when people don't even know what you're about yet? And this is a personal thing, but whenever I see a new company being openly and outwardly friendly as a corporation with someone from my content niche, I get suspicious. Because of the fact that when you're a new company, by virtue of being a new company, most of your controversies are going to be ahead of you rather than behind you. And for that reason, you are very heavily incentivized to want to play nice with people who happen to be in my content niche. So for that reason, if I ever see a company doing something like this, my reaction is automatically going to be at least some degree of suspicion, right? Because even if the people themselves are fine, the stigma surrounding them is very real. And the fact that you are, as a company, without any brand of your own, right? We don't know, this was not a company that was banking on the reputability or the PLs of its talents. So, for all intents and purposes, they had no foundation for their own brand yet. If you are willing to essentially tank this stigma, I find that to be I want to know how the math on that one works out if you were to take out all account or all consideration of the fact that these same people could possibly talk about your yabs down the line. And then finally, when it comes to other VTubers who are reacting to this, these are perhaps the most normal ones. One of them being Nux. At this time, because of how frequently he ended up associating with and or collabing with the talents in the company, speculated to be more closely related than just a friend of the talents, possibly a founder, even the CEO perhaps. And, Fifi, Underhill, two people who, proper VTubers, they make content that isn't classed as drama content, but at the same time, Fifi's kind of known for being a lewd tuber. Underhill's probably the most normal VTuber out of all of the people reacting to this. But yeah, so again, this is a roster of people reacting to it. So when you see a company going out of its way to compile a set of reactions to something, the choice of people that they seek reactions from is very relevant to how you should interpret what is being implied. And here, when you look at the roster of people that have been, essentially contacted by Mythos in order to provide the reactions to the trailer, it's very clear that the focus does not seem to be, do you have a degree of familiarity with VTubing? The focus simply seems to be, again, some of these are like orbiters at best, right? The focus seems to be, do you have some degree of clout, regardless of whether it is inside or outside of VTubing? And that's certainly the case with Moist Critical, because that was the main feature of the trailer, and that was the feature that was commented on the most in these reactions. So the fact that this is what Mythos chose to put out implies to me that this seems to be what they're going for. Not so much building a brand on VTubing, or more specifically what their content around VTubing would be, but more so, look, here's all of the people that are friendly with us, all of the people who are willing to hear out our request for a reaction video. On the topic of Nux, however, his associations with Mythos, part of the reason why so many people speculated that he was, more closely linked with the company than just being a friend of some of the talents, was because, especially in the early stages of Mythos, the first year that it existed, he would have, very frequent collabs, relatively speaking, compared to all of the other orbiters around the company. Like, he'd join in with hosting events like Mythos Mix-Up. He'd collab really frequently with the talents, like, for example, especially with as more and more talents debuted on the company over the following year. But again, Nux was very closely related to this, and as a result, very early on, Mythos' brand as a company ended up acquiring quite a good deal of the associations that accompanied his personal brand as a content creator, right? Loud, bombastic, that kind of thing. However, that was not all, because following this, the last post that Mythos would put out as a sort of promo piece prior to the debuts of their talents proper was a Twitter post that they would end up publishing on December 14th, 2023, with the caption, quote, "Hey, want to see us test the boundaries of Twitch's new artistic nudity rules? Wink emoji. Join us for the big Mythos debut in less than 24 hours. Links below." So from this, it's pretty clear as to what Mythos' brand is, right? A lot of lewd, crass, crude, shitposty, very in tune with the sort of, I call it slop tubing, but mostly, commentary / commentary slash reaction tuber, commentary slash reaction tuber adjacent, friendly with them, etc., etc. And as a result, this is what, from, again, not looking at the debuts or the talents themselves, purely looking at the company's own promotional material that was aimed at establishing the company brand, that's the kind of impression that we get from the advertising as to what Mythos actually is. However, when it comes to actually dissecting their brand, or more specifically, some of the issues with this particular strategy towards trying to build and establish Mythos' brand as a company, we can get a little bit more specific than just this seems to be the general vibe. Because, as I've discussed multiple times on stream prior to this, one of the ways in which we can essentially break down what a company's brand is by starting off by looking at, well, what are the different components to a brand? Because, well, when people think about brands, usually they just think of how I see a company or how a company makes me feel or what a company chooses to include in the marketing and advertising. But a brand is something more specific than that. More specifically, a brand is something that consists of two components. Brands, when you actually break them down in terms of the components that make them function, the things that they rely on in order to embed themselves, form a clear pictures of themselves, a clear impression of themselves in the minds of their prospective, their target demographics, they consist of two different parts. The first part is identification, value in a vacuum, what we are, what we do, aka objective value. Without taking into account surrounding circumstance or context in any manner, what is this brand about? What do they offer, right? And this is the part of brands that most people are familiar with. When you talk about a brand, when you ask people to think about what a brand is, what makes a brand, what makes a brand effective, this is usually what they are going to end up mentioning, even if they don't know the word or the definition in a formal sense, right? They'll usually fixate on identification. But what people usually ignore or overlook is the second part, equally as integral to the function of a brand, which is differentiation. Not just telling your target demographic what you are and what you do, but what you are not and what you don't do. In other words, as opposed to value in a vacuum, differentiation is all about value in context, aka perceived value based off of what makes you different, it's in the name, from your competitors. Another way that you could think of it is identification is about the mechanics of your brand. What makes you tick? What do you do? Differentiation, being value in context, is to do with the metagame. How does your brand fit in the overall context of your competitors, and what strategies does your brand employ in order to stand out amidst those competitors? Now, again, when people think of brands, when people evaluate brands, usually they completely gloss over differentiation and they focus solely on identification. Sorry, give me a second. My arms are too long. I keep accidentally knocking over my mug. But in any case, so yeah, mostly people, when they think about branding, they only think about identification. They don't think about what a company is trying to do to differentiate itself from its competition. Because very often, what makes a brand effective is a combination, well, not often, all the time, what makes a brand effective is a combination of both of these things in tandem with one another. If you have one without the other, your brand is automatically going to be a little bit kneecapped compared to the way that it would function if you had both. And so, in this vein, when we evaluate Mythos, we have to look at it, identifying, when we're evaluating how effective their attempts at brand building were, at the outset of their company's debut, we have to look at it through the lens of breaking down, okay, how does the company identify itself, and how does the company differentiate itself? Now, when it comes to identification, it's relatively simple, right? when it comes to the things that were implied, the various different meanings that were signified through various different parts of Mythos's promo material prior to Gen 1's debut, there's a few things that it tells us, right? Mythos is a well-connected company. It's rather lewd in terms of what the talents are willing to do, the jokes they're willing to make, etc., etc., etc. The designs of the talents, the characters, sorry. It's Hellenic in aesthetic. It's to do with, it has a theme that is linked to Greek mythology. It's playful because, you know, a lot of the jokes center around irony, not really taking things too seriously, because even though myth is a, you know, mythology is a premise that would ordinarily carry a great deal of gravitas, funnily enough, a lot of Mythos's way of approaching myth ends up kind of belittling the initial premise of mythology. And then finally, just doubling down on the fact that this is a corporation that is populated with shit posters, right? And so those are the traits that make up Mythos's identification. But here is the thing. What do you notice about all of these traits when it comes to what they say about what the company supposedly is or what the company supposedly does? Orion wear shit posters? Yeah, kind of. They don't really stand out from other creators? That's a consequence of the thing that I'm alluding to. What is a common theme across all of these descriptors? Eddie, there we go. We're getting slightly closer to the mark. No real company identity. Or at least, there is a company identity, but there is something missing from this sales pitch. Okay, what is their goal? Slightly closer to the mark. Very connected to Western non-VTuber streamers. I mean, that's part of it. Yeah, Sumo Knight, exactly. What do they actually do? Because none of these are actually to do with content. They tell us who the talents are, what they are like. They tell us about the aesthetics of the company, but they don't give us any hint as to what the actual content that the viewers are going to be tuning into is going to consist of. The company being well connected is all well and good, but what does that mean for the content? How is that related to the content at all? Unless you're going to be utilizing those connections to do something big, like, I don't know, a 3D concert or something. Same thing goes for being lewd and playful and being a shit poster. Like, okay, does that mean we're going to get YouTube poops or what exactly? There's plenty of lewd tubers on Twitch. There's also plenty of shit posters just on the internet, not even just on one platform. So what to expect in terms of content when these are the traits that are being plugged as part of the company's identification? And again, the Hellenic and mythological aspects of it. Do you actually use that in the content, or is it just an aesthetic? Right? Is it just part of the visual theme? That's about it. Billy, thank you for the 5. Thank you for the 7. From here on, anyone who receives a gifted membership is okay. Okay. Master, and thank you. Makiris, thank you for the gifted membership. Sharona, welcome. Congratulations on getting sniped. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Oh, Kazuki Kagakiri, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships on the 10 new footstools. I hope you enjoy those emotes. But yeah, so essentially, the problem with this form of identification is that it doesn't tell you what kind of content you should be expecting. It is an identification that makes the mistake of being way too centered around the perspective of the corporation itself and the members of the corporation, the talents in the corporation. It tells you, what they are, who they are even. But it doesn't tell us what we are going to be watching, right? What we as viewers can expect to tune into. And again, partially, part of that is, well, to be fair, I don't really expect all of that to be born in terms of, all of that to be born by the identification portion of the brand. Because if you want to tell your audience what to expect in terms of what content you're going to be putting out, maybe in terms of differentiation, maybe you get to that. But then there comes the question of what is the differentiation between Mythos and other VTuber corpos? VShojo exists, at this point, VShojo existed as the Twitch VTuber corpo. You have shit poster corpos like Face Connect, albeit ones that stream on YouTube, not Twitch. You have plenty of lewd tubers on the platform just among the indie population. So what makes Mythos unique? Is it the story-based branding? Aeon did that. So what is it exactly? You know, HoloLive has themed VTubers, right, that stream in English. So, you know, they even have mythology worked in there, into the lore of some of their VTubers. Myth and Promise, well, at the time, Council, were based around this. So, what sets Mythos apart? What is their point of differentiation? And as a lot of people in chat pointed out earlier, one of the most glaring problems with the way that Mythos initially pitched itself and initially tried to establish its brand was, although it put a lot of attention on trying to essentially soak up the prestige from association with the various different content creators that it was showcasing its affiliations with, right? What it neglected was any sort of selling point that would set it apart from other corpos, or even other streamers on the same platform who inhabited the same VTubing content niche. There was no point of visible differentiation. And that's just the promo material. I haven't even started talking about the content that Mythos instructed its talents to start putting out once they had debuted. Because a massive problem, a massive obstacle that was standing in the way of Mythos properly establishing itself as a unique brand that was very visibly different from its competitors in terms of being a corpo, was the actual content they were putting out. Take, for example, a look at the initial bunch of videos that were posted on each of the 3 debut talents' YouTube channels right after they had their debut. Oh, Nanilove, welcome to the stream. Zeus, Poseidon, Hades. What do you notice when you look at this array of the content that was posted onto their YouTube immediately after debut? Yeah, Yom. It's almost entirely React content. Now, numbers-wise, React content does fine. However, for the purposes of brand building, there are a few challenges that accompany React content, and this becomes even more noticeable when you switch from simply chronological ordering in terms of looking at their uploads to ordering by most popular. Because when you, well, for obvious reasons, I no longer have access to a neat archive of Hades streams or Hades uploads. But when you look at Zeus and Poseidon, it's the same thing. If you order their uploads by most popular, literally all of it is React content. Now, the reason why I say that React content does good numerically, but is a bit of a liability when it comes from a marketing or brand building perspective, is because of the simple fact that it relies, okay, first off, there are definitely benefits to doing React content, besides the fact that at this point in time, YouTube's algorithm did privilege this specific genre of content. React content is convenient to make. It's very low resource requirement because you're not making content from scratch, you're merely reacting to someone else's content that they have made from scratch. And on paper at least, reacting to someone else's content also gives you a chance to showcase your own personality by voicing your own opinions, relating your own experience to the subject of the thing, and it also provides you an easy bonding method with your audience who may already have watched the content and who can bond with you over having a shared reaction to the content, etc., etc., etc. It simulates the idea of, for example, if you put on a reaction video while you're eating or whatever, it simulates having someone else in the room watching the same thing as you, right? For all those reasons, there are definitely benefits to reaction content. But here's the thing. The reason why I say reaction content is a liability to brand building is because only on paper does reaction content allow you to showcase what makes you unique as a person. Because, and this is not so much to do with the content niche itself, there's nothing inherently about reaction content that would make it more difficult for someone who's doing reaction content to showcase their own personalities, opinions, and ways of thinking. It is more so to do with the way that reaction content is usually done. Not an inherent trait of the genre, but more a convention that is often part of the genre. And that is the fact that when people choose what content to react to, usually they phone it in by picking content that they like and or agree with. And the reason why that's a problem is because, like I said before, if you want to make your brand potent and distinctive, you need differentiation, not just identification. When you agree with the content that you are reacting to, what that does is, yes, you can showcase aspects of your personality, but the way that your audience is going to be interpreting that is going to automatically gravitate towards and be filtered by the content that you are reacting to. If I were to ask some of the people in chat, tell me, define to me the brand of Smug Alana, Kitsunero, and Rosie Bell Moon, and explain to me the difference between what they do. A lot of people, if they are to cite the differences, they may cite the personality traits of the content creator themselves, or the type of content that they react to. But they're not going to perceive a difference in brand more often than not beyond those two things. In other words, the way that their brand is perceived as a content creator is largely dependent on what they choose to react to. And it's very difficult to articulate what their brand is independently of the content that they react to. Now, when you end up agreeing with the content that you choose to react to, what that tends to do is it funnels your reactions, your commentary, into three broad categories or tropes. It makes your reactions very predictable, as well as giving you very little room to maneuver around to differentiate yourself, separate your brand, allow it to exist independently of the content that you are currently watching. And I've come up with an acronym. Eating commentary, short for echoing, affirming, or testifying. Usually when people fall into this trope of only ever reacting to content that they agree with or content that they like, usually their commentary begins to sort of repeat according to these three tropes and responses, almost invariably. They will either echo what is being said in the video itself, where they basically just repeat and or rephrase what is being said, but just in a slightly different way, or they will affirm what is being said, some variation of "that's so true," "yes, exactly," yada yada, some form of vocal agreement, right? Or some form of personal testimony that attempts to relate some sort of personal experience to what is being discussed. Now, there's nothing wrong with these inherently, but when you're reacting to content that you agree with, invariably all of your responses are going to be funneled into at least one of some variation of these three, right? And the thing is, none of these three give you room to tackle the differentiation part of your brand. They are all to do with identification. Do I identify with this content? Does that content represent me or the way I think or feel? Is the commentary offered by the video something that I can see myself using as a substitute for articulating myself, how I think or feel? Very often the answer is going to be yes. Now, some people may say, oh, but what about the exception where they're reacting to someone? What about when they're reacting to a video that contains elements of things they disagree with? Let's say, for example, one thing that comes to mind is, let's say, Smugalana reacting to some sort of shitty video game review, right? Where the video game in question is being made by a group of a corporation that hates its fan base, has no appreciation for the art of the craft, puts out a half-finished product, etc., etc., etc. And very obviously, the pompous, corporatized statements being made are not things that she personally would agree with. Problem is, usually, the way that disagreement is being framed by virtue of the video that has been chosen for reaction is still going to be something that the reactor chooses to agree with, because it's going to be content that is disagreeable, that is being disagreed with by the creator of the video that is currently being reacted to. What I mean by that is, let's say, for example, instead of actually getting at the base things that you find disagreeable, what content creators who specialize in React content will often do is find a video they like and or agree with that was made by another content creator who is expressing their own disagreement with the base disagreeable thing, and then they will, instead of being able to properly articulate their own disagreement, instead of the reactor being able to articulate their own disagreements with the source, the unsavory piece of media or whatever, the original unsavory piece of media or whatever, they'll just end up nodding along and agreeing with the creator that they are reacting to. And that's a very frequent problem, where even in the instances with React tubers, when you encounter them reacting to content that contains elements of things they would disagree with, their level of disagreement does not reach a degree where it is possible to properly address and build upon that differentiation part of their brand. So for that reason, when you specialize in React content, this is automatically something that ends up affecting your brand. You are not going to be able to build up a brand independently of the things that you choose to interact with, if that is indeed your main source of content, and especially if the content that you pick out is stuff that you would agree with or enjoy. Now, you can make the argument that it is, there's a better chance that it would turn out differently if you went out of your way to pick out content that you disagree with, content that you could articulate your disagreement with, so that instead of just echoing, affirming, and testifying, instead of just eating the video, instead what you do is provide sort of contextualization, criticism, or, in other words, commentary that actually attempts to assert some sort of independent thought or opinion. But again, if you are specializing in reaction content, even if you try to go out of your way to pick out things you disagree with, you are still going to have your own brand fundamentally tied and or filtered through the content you choose to react to, rather than having it be able to stand consistently on its own apart from what you end up watching in your videos or on stream. That is also, coincidentally, why a lot of people have a degree of contempt for reaction content, because of how much it consists of just eating the videos and not really adding anything to them. Actually, now that I've hit upon this, would you guys be interested in a chill stream some point in the future where I do a tier list of React content or React tubers? Because I feel like it is possible to come up... This isn't going to be based off of vibes, by the way. I feel like it is possible to come up with an objective criterion that can be used to grade reactions to things. Especially in this space, I feel. Because there are quite a few React tubers across both Twitch and YouTube. Yes. Ooh, sure. Tier list and chill. Okay. I feel like that could be a pretty interesting stream idea. Alright, I'll file that one away. Probably include it in some sort of, in a poll or something in the community tab when it comes to deciding on chill streams to do for next month. But yeah, that'd be cool, but please put XQC on his own tier. I think I'd stick to React VTubers though, Because I think if I wanted to encompass all the possible, YouTubers that do reactions to stuff and make that their main content, I feel like that would be way too broad of a category. I want to watch reacts to that tier list. Bold of you to assume that people are going to see it. But in any case... So, this is the main problem with using React content as the bulk of your content if what you're trying to do is establish a strong brand. And for that reason, when you take into account both what Mythos was doing as a company to promote its own brand and what they instructed their talents to do content-wise, you still had the exact same problem even after they debuted and started making content. What exactly is the point of differentiation between Mythos HQ, the VTuber company, and literally every other VTuber company that exists in the same industry, and or even the indies that make similar content or have similar branding to it? What sets them apart? And unfortunately, at this stage at least, the answer seems to be not a whole lot. Now, despite the shortcomings in its branding, that doesn't mean that Mythos didn't grow at all as a company, or that it didn't at least project that it was doing well or had room to grow. Because throughout the following months of, 2024, Mythos would end up doing quite a few things to establish itself as a company. February 14th of 2024, Mythos would finally put out its first group cover song, featuring not only the 3 members of its Gen 1, but also the solo debutant that would follow shortly after, the 4th VTubing Greek god by the name of Apollo. And this was a cover of Cupid's 50/50. On 2 weeks later, on February 28th, Mythos would announce that they would be hosting a Clipper contest, inviting people to take part, and this would formally conclude on April 11th, where winners would be decided and awards would be handed out. But again, if you're a company at this stage, you're choosing to invest in trying to incentivize people to start clipping your talents, etc., you're probably, it's a pretty good move. You're doing something to try and promote the uptake of, fan-made content around your talents. It's a pretty sound thing to do. Then, in the following months, from February to July, you would see 3 new solo debutants debuting under Myths. First in February, Apollo, then in April, Ares, and finally in July, Clotho. Now, I'm going to go through each of Ares and Clotho's trailers respectively, but one of the things that you end up noticing is across these talents, one of the things that you end up seeing is there is a rather noticeable increase in quality between promotional material. Apollo had a graphic, but Ares got a proper trailer, or at least a trailer that was admittedly partially, basically just a remix of the company trailer that released before the debuts of Gen 1 happened. But, there was a little bit tacked onto the end. And finally, Clotho had a full personalized trailer all to herself. Chair, can I just say the way that you pronounce debutante tickles me funny for whatever reason? Not that you do it wrong. I just use the term way too a lot too in my own work, so it's a nice expression. I appreciate it. Do you say debutante or debutante or something when you pronounce it out loud? I'm curious now. In any case, this is Ares' trailer. I've muted it because copyright music. But again, you can see it's basically, the first half of it is basically just frame for frame the end of the Mythos Gen 1 trailer, right? And now they start, slightly different edit, or they start inserting all of these different graphics and visuals, right? Forever is too short to fight this. Thank you for your support. And then, halfway through, Mythos never die. Oh, sorry, hold on. Did I read that correctly? Did it say Mythos never die? Okay, yeah, it should say myths never die, but okay. Forever is too long. It rewinds through all those visuals. Admittedly, some of those visuals are pretty cool looking, right? Debutant. Ah, okay, I see. You're one of those. Okay, then, silhouettes, stay tuned. then showing flashes of the model, right? Shoulder, head, mouth, eyes. It does that kind of like zooming horror thing, And then that's the trailer for Ares. Again, it's not exactly, it's not exactly the sort of the SpongeBob Soyjack edit, but it's still pretty, it's better than a still image, right? And some of the visuals are pretty cool. Then we move on to Clotho's trailer. It's a little loud. Hold on, let me turn down the volume a little bit.
God damn it! Your primordial goddess of fate is here! No strings attached, right? Looking for
If I get copyrighted for this, I'm going to be so pissed.
a manic pixie seam girl? That's right, I put the stress in seamstress! Haha! Here's Clotho! Fate made you come here, but specifically, I did.
There we go. So, entirely personalized trailer, graphics that are unique to her. It's not, stitched together from the end of a previous promo piece. And again, featuring, her vocals on top of it, etc., voice reveal, etc., etc. So again, there is an increase in quality. They are bettering the manner in which they make these promo materials. Very evidently, this does not seem to resonate with a lot of people in chat. But, in any case, moving on from this, one of the other things that was quite marked about these new debutantes was the fact that with each of them, there did seem to be at least some sort of attempt to move away from just doing reaction content in their own way. With Apollo, a lot of the videos, or at least some of the videos that she ended up posting onto her YouTube after debut consisted of collabs that she was doing with other VTubers. Now, granted, this isn't exactly, a video essay of your own or anything, but it is original content, and is original content that does not consist of just putting on another video and nodding along with it. Collab with Nux, collab with, Folger Ovid from Niji-Sanji EN, and even a collab with very own Pipkin Pippa from Phase Connect. Same thing goes for Ares, who attempted to put out, content that was related to her expertise, her area of expertise, specialization as a content creator with speedrunning, specifically Elden Ring speedrunning. She bet that I couldn't speedrun Souls-like speedrunning. She bet that I couldn't speedrun Dark Souls. She lost everything. Dark Souls speedrunner attempts new horror game, The Classrooms. Speedrunner ranks all Souls bosses. Nothing sussy happening here. And then, when it comes to Clotho, almost entirely the content that was posted onto her channel was original content. Basically, her doing a small commentary, sub 10 minute usually commentary piece on some individual subject or other. How Hatsune Miku got X-banned in Brazil. Stay mad. Everything you need to know about the Fortnite X Hatsune Miku collab. They're banning these manga for having gay characters. So, there did seem to be some sort of push towards trying to make the content a little bit less, at least, a little bit less wholly reliant on reaction content. That being said, though, the reason why I refer to it as just some attempt is because of the fact that when you actually look at their content, the majority is still reaction content. Right? By the way, I count You Laugh You Lose as reaction content. Yes, you can make it a game where you try not to have any sort of outward reaction, or you try to avoid a specific type of outward reaction, but that is still reaction content. Then, of course, you have Ares' channel, which, rather almost immediately went from, speedrunner does X to do with a game to speedrunner reacts to X to do with a game. And of course you have Clotho, which, to be fair, most of Clotho's videos are original content, so that doesn't really apply. But for the most part, 2 out of 3 of these solo debutantes basically, ended up defaulting to making reaction content. Again, if you're a company that asks your talents to specialize with reaction content, I'm going to assume that you're good with numbers and algorithms, but not good with marketing. Because holy shit, is this a nightmare when it comes to distinctive branding. However, that being said, there was some sort of attempt at moving... It did seem like there was some sort of attempt at moving the company in a slightly different direction. Then, September 23rd of 2024, Mythos would announce that they were debuting their second ever gen, one called Arcanum, that would be staffed with 3 individual VTubers, and the trailer goes as follows.
Well, look who's dared behind the velvet curtain, where every step is a gambit's dance and only the clever ever manage to last. Hermes is my name, and mischief is the game. Welcome to the revelry.
Revelry, you say? Oh, well, the host of a grand party, I can certainly play. I am, of course, Dionysus, the goddess of festivities. But you promise you'll be there, right? Please, I don't have anyone else to invite. Please say you'll come. Please, 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 please.
No. I'd rather be in my room making stuff. Get stuff. I'm Hephaestus, goddess of the forge. You guys can watch me work, I guess. Just don't touch anything, or I'll kill you.
Now, some people in chat did react to this, but I find it interesting that they chose to use a sax, or a song with a sax in the instrumental for this. What do you guys usually associate saxophone playing with? I'm curious. Because I have an idea of... okay, of course everyone starts oohing at Hephaestus. But, yeah, what do you guys associate saxophone with usually? Jazz, clubbing. Okay, yeah, jazz, clubbing. Bill Clinton, wizards. Careless whisper, memes, romantic. Okay, yeah, alright. So there are at least some of those connotations that I guess they would have been aiming for. But for the most part, I don't think that the actual contents or the brand of any of these things really, or any of the new gen members, really tied in with any of the usual connotations that come along with sex. So again, kind of a little bit of a slight mismatch between some of the, I suppose, some of the non-diegetic elements, or is non-diegetic the right word? Some of the non-dialogue elements of the non-writing, non-dialogue elements of the trailer. But overall, not too bad in terms of, you know, effort. Not too bad. Sorry. Apologies for that. My body was reacting to the to the Mythos marketing. But yeah, so overall, not too bad of a trailer, right? Does a decent job at basically showing off who the 3 new VTubers are going to be, even if it doesn't do a great job at establishing some sort of unified, cohesive theme, identity, or content niche that they are going to be going for. However, the other thing that was rather noticeable after this gen ended up debuting was the fact that they were, yet again, content creators, talents, who seemed to be going for a non-reaction based or non-react video based approach towards their YouTube posts. Faceless would include a bunch of Let's Plays of various different games. Same thing goes for Dionysus as well, you know, posting videos of covers, collabs, games, etc. So at this point, there does seem to have been some sort of visible shift away from reaction content, at least among some of the newer talents. Now, I can't access Hermes' archive because, well, her videos have been privated, but judging off of 2 out of the 3, I suppose it's relatively safe to say that this does seem to be some sort of policy decision. However, at this point on, right, Mythos was still a company that didn't really have a strong brand, but it was very capable at projecting the fact that it was a company with room to grow. Within the span of less than a year, they had managed to debut a whole 9 different talents. And each of those 9, well, while I can't say that in terms of numbers, they were, none of them were Iron Mouse 2 or anything, but at the same time, it did seem like they were given some sort of direction when it comes to what content to make or post. However, like I said before, when it comes to trading resources, companies will usually, smaller companies, newer entries into an industry, will often seek what appears to be, high potential for growth, innovation, novelty, in exchange for prestige. And usually in that relationship, in the way that I phrased it, the way that I explained it initially earlier on in the stream, you could be forgiven for thinking that most of the time in that transactional relationship, it is the legacy actor in the industry that holds the advantage, right? They are the ones who have the means to create prestige and have a lot of it in reserve, and they are the ones who newer companies newer actors need to approach in order to obtain that resource for themselves, to tide them over until they do something or create something that can allow them to generate that sense of prestige organically and autonomously. However, that's not always the case, because it goes in the other direction as well. Legacy companies really, really want relevance. Legacy actors really, really want relevance. And for that reason, if a newer company goes out of its way to try to project the idea that it is growing fast, that it has room to grow, it can very, very easily exploit that expectation, that desire among its older peers, its more experienced peers, leverage that into increased bargaining power in order to make itself an appealing target to receive that degree of transactional prestige. And the same thing applies not just to firms, not just to corporate entities, but to individual VTubers as well. Or I should say individual actors regardless of industry, including VTubing. And the reason why this is relevant is because the very next month, October 16th, 2024, the VTuber Awards, second ever VTuber Awards, would formally announce that it was about to go ahead on December 14th, with a Twitter post that was captioned with, quote, "The VTuber Awards 2024 is coming. This time we've prepared a lot of surprises and even greater audience involvement. Get ready for the celebration of creativity, talent, and community as we honor the best in the VTubing world. December 14th, 2024. Now, this was hosted by Fillion and Shy Lily, for those who don't quite remember. And, as with most award shows, initially they try to accept nominations, then starting from around mid-November, they cut down the nominations down to to 4 per category. And, would you know it, one of the nominations that was disclosed, that was decided upon, that was announced by the VTuber Awards and then later responded to by Mythos was indeed Mythos HQ, which was one of 4 nominees for Rising VTuber Org. Now, as to who the other 4 nominees are, or were, we'll get to that in a second. But in response to the VTuber Awards announcing formally that they had made it into the nominations for Rising VTuber Org, Mythos would tweet out, quote, "Breaking news. Mythos has just been nominated for Best Rising VTuber Org at the VTuber Awards. This is a huge honor, and it's all thanks to our amazing talents. Please vote here. VTuberAwards.com/vote." And then 1 day later, everyone here at Mythos is deeply honored that we are nominated for Rising VTuber Organization at the VTuber Awards. Please considering voting for us. ESL moment there with the caption. But yeah, Mythos was indeed in the process of receiving a good deal of prestige from the various industry actors, the legacy industry actors, more experienced, larger content creators, Fillion, Shy Lily, all the people who are affiliated with, chipped in when it comes to presenting in, people who are legacy members who are nominated for other nominees of the VTuber Awards, right? So again, this was essentially all award shows are designed to essentially be prestige sharing exercises, right? They're popularity contests that are designed to confer a degree of prestige from the organizers and or all of the other attendees at an event to a specific set of winners. That is the purpose of an awards show, right? That is the end goal of a popularity contest in that vein. And so, for the purposes of this was a rather major milestone for Mythos because this was yet more prestige that they could soak up as a brand, right? Now, when it comes to Mythos as a company, right, I think it is rather understandable they were nominated in the first place. After all, they were a small company that hadn't exploded yet. They hadn't had too many major controversies, or actually, I don't think they had any real major controversies throughout the year of 2024. And they had managed to debut 2 gens of 3, 3 solo debutantes, and all of their talents were streaming. Right, so I can understand if through that, it's a low bar, but admittedly one that most don't manage to clear. So for that reason, I can understand them being viewed as a nominee in Rising VTuber Org. However, again, for all the reasons that I established prior, their brand as a company did not really exist. At least it didn't exist independently of the affiliations that it was trying to flout on its wrist. And so, the nomination for Mythos, while it's not something that I would raise my eyebrow at in and of itself, if they were to win, that is a different story. However, this was not the only thing that was eyebrow-raising about Mythos' nomination, because it turns out that prior to December 5th of 2024, Mythos didn't even have a properly built website, and they only ended up putting one out starting from the beginning of December. Now, do I think that it is a coincidence that they managed to put this out only after they confirmed that they were a nominee in the VTuber Awards? Probably. But it's real convenient is all I'm saying. On December 5th, they would make a Twitter post captioned, quote, "Oh, what's that? How can Mythos be an award-nominated VTuber agency without an official website? Hey, we've had an official website all along. It definitely didn't just go live, like, right now or anything. Baka." Now, technically, archives of this website, the Mythos official website, go back to around March of 2024. However, those archives do not show a website that has been completely built and furnished. December 5th or December 4th was when the website was properly built, all the aesthetics were implemented and all of the features were implemented as well. And in order to, again, evaluate how Mythos approached the exercise of branding itself as a company, I want to take a look at how they built their website. Well, let me see. It's a little zoomed out. Okay. This is a little zoomed out, but it is mostly okay for showing you guys what I mean when I talk about the way that the website is built. Hold on, give me a second. Let me see if I can zoom out a little bit. Okay, better. Alright, so this is what the Mythos website looks like. Right at the beginning, you have, Mythos. You show the first 6 talents to debut. You have an About section. This is where the information becomes almost concerningly sparse. You have Zeus. The gods of mythology have returned, and they've taken form as the pinnacle of humanity's reverence and worship. Anime girls on the internet. Now, here's what I find to be a little weird. On the website where they're supposed to be explaining what their company is or does, they use LARP speak. But in none of the talent's content is the LARP of being Greek gods actually something that is integral to how the content is made. The talents specialize in React content, for fuck's sake. So that couldn't be further from LARPing or immersive role-playing. So when it comes to this, the fact that they've chosen to adopt that here when they should be at least I would assume, serious about explaining what it is their company does, stands for, and should be expected to do, I feel like that's a little bit of a tonal mismatch. However, if you click next, it gives a little bit more information in a little more formal a tone. Quote, Mythos is a VTuber talent agency that launched in December 2023 with the single, humble goal of world domination, and just like that, it slides back into LARPing. Our family is dedicated to making the best content possible and having fun doing so. If you're going to be a god, you might as well enjoy yourself. Stunning and brave, but it still doesn't tell me what your company does, or even what kind of content sets you apart from your competitors. Then you have the roster of different talents, and as you can probably tell, this roster does not seem to have been updated for more than 6 months. Then you get into the FAQs section. Choose a frequently asked question below to start, and this is again where you have some moments that make me roll my eyes a little bit. Sorry, give me a second. I'm going to go grab myself a snack real quick. I can feel my brain beginning to melt. I have returned. Did I mute? Hold on. Did I forget to mute? Was I muted throughout that, or could you guys hear stuff? I need to know. I see that some people in chat are already picking up on the bit of this about section that made me roll my eyes instantly when I saw it. We didn't hear you until now? Okay, excellent. Yeah, so some of the footstools that have that are familiar with my snacking habits will be pleased to hear I've managed to restock on lemon candies. I highly recommend getting some if you can. I don't know the exact brand name because I tossed out the packet and just put it into a jar, but yeah. Oh, you were mute? Okay, excellent. But yeah, if you like sour foods, I highly recommend lemon candies. Just the ban the second you came back? Okay. Fair enough. Armchair claiming to forget to mute Dragon Ball. True. Alright, so, in terms of some of the things that some of the frequently asked questions that Mythos chooses to answer. Again, I'm expecting that since this is the company website, at least some questions are going to be answered seriously rather than in the form of a LARP. But, we'll start with the first. Why does Mythos exist? Now, this is a question that I would assume is to do with, asking the company, how does it brand itself? What is it expecting to be able to do, etc. Hold on, sorry, it's not letting me click this for some reason. It's not expanding when I click. Let me reload the page. Just had some lemon candy earlier today. A fellow sour flavor enjoyer. Did you know? Actually, this is a fact that I've shared on stream before, but I don't know if you were around when I did it. Did you know that according to Chinese superstition, if you enjoy sour flavors, that means that you are a jealous lover? So I don't know about you, Nanny Love, but That's a personality trait that you now canonically have in my head. Now that I know that you like sour things, apparently. Okay, hopefully it works now. Okay, I don't know why I can't click on this. What can I say? I'm very sour in general. Is that the Latinx in you, or is that the lawyer in you? Hold on, let me... Okay, give me a second. Technical difficulties while I try to figure out how to actually make this web page work. Never mind, I am blind. Okay, it turns out that, yeah, it doesn't actually expand, it just changes the text in the speech bubble coming out of Aries. Alright, so... I thought that means you are pregnant? What? Is that a thing where pregnant women develop, appreciation for sour stuff? I'm sorry for your loss. To be fair, it's pretty decent graphic design. It's just me being stupid when using the website. I have yet to hear of women developing a... Well, I suppose when you are pregnant, your taste can shift drastically. So maybe, yeah, maybe people do develop a taste for extremely sour things. Interesting. But yeah, in any case. So, the question, why does Mythos exist? Gods have a lot of time on their hands. You're welcome. Okay, thank you. Stunning and brave. Tells me a lot about your company. Then, what is Mythos' policy in regard to talent freedom? Our talents are the modern-day incarnations of deities, and we treat them as such. Yas, Queen. Slay. Again, not really much of an answer regarding anything a little more tangible than just a LARP response. Both can be true at the same time. Why does the anime girl look like she's got teeth with awkward shading and fangs that are a little too big, I suppose. Or awkwardly positioned fangs and awkward shading. Then, can I create fan art and profit from it? Yes, we'd be honored. Please use the correct art tags found in our talents bio so we can see your amazing work. The first non-LARP response, and it's not actually anything to do with the company, its policies or its personnel. Can I clip, upload, or react to Mythos content? All clipping, commentating, and reacting to the gods here at Mythos isn't only permitted, but it's appreciated, so long as proper credit is given to the agency and talent. Please refrain from uploading full stream VODs, especially including collaborations with multiple parties. Refrain from clipping moments that paint the talent in a negative light due to lack of context, misleading titles, or malicious intent. Pretty stock standard stuff when it comes to clipping rules for a corporation. Why is Mythos so based? Worship us, mortal. Immediately, there are 3 out of, 6 questions in this FAQ that can be scrapped and nothing would be lost. And then finally, is Mythos recruiting new talents? Mythos is not recruiting new talents at this time, and we do not have open auditions. If this changes, we'll be sure to make a public statement on social media and here on our website. Thank you for your interest. By the way, last year, 2025, in August, they did announce they were having open auditions. I didn't see any change at the website, so perhaps the website's a bit abandoned. But, in any case, 3 out of 5 of these, completely superfluous. Didn't need to exist, basically just Mythos sucking itself off. But the other 3, again, they did get valid answers, not in LARP speak, but they didn't give any information about the company and how it works, or even who is running it. That's the thing. This is all there is to the website. Just the About section, which we looked at, the Talent section, which we looked at, and the FAQ section, which we looked at. The rest are just links to talent socials. Oh, sorry, company socials. And so, when it comes to the website, even the website isn't a great source of branding material, because when it comes to the branding, it doesn't go any deeper than just reinforcing the overall visual theme or aesthetics of the company. No more information about what Mythos is, what Mythos does, what you can expect from it as a product or as a viewer. Why is the chairman so based? Because I eat too much sour stuff. But in any case, so, with all of this in mind, my point is to say that by the end of 2024, 1 year into being a company, Mythos was not really any closer to establishing itself as a distinctive company or brand, anything too different from its competitors in the industry. And while it is perfectly possible to at least give the impression of success, while that is the case, that is not something that is sustainable. In spite of this fact, however, because of Mythos's, what I can only assume to be a combination of Mythos's associations and also its growth in terms of its talent roster, come December 15th of 2024, or sorry, December 14th, this should say, 2024, Mythos would indeed be announced as the winners of the VTuber Awards 2024 Rising VTuber Org category. And they would tweet out a response to this announcement saying, "We won the Rising VTuber Org Award on our 1-year anniversary. I am shooketh. Thank you so much to everyone who supported us. Thank you so much to all of our amazing talents. And thank you to the VTuber Awards for this incredible acknowledgement." And, well, yeah, they nabbed the win. A company that had a brand that basically revolved around a Greek god aesthetic and React tubing content. At least on YouTube. Now, I'm not going to imply anything as crass as the idea that the VTuber Awards were paid off or given some form of tangible compensation in order to secure this result, right? I'm not saying that Mythos paid off the VTuber Awards or anything like that. But what I am saying is that the VTuber Awards is still an awards show. And like any awards show, it is based on popularity. And like any popularity contest, it is based off of perceived clout. And when it comes to Mythos receiving this award, it is my opinion, based off of looking at the marketing, or the lack of marketing and lack of branding, that Mythos was defined by, especially throughout its first year. It is my opinion that the clout that Mythos was given this award on the basis of was not actually clout that belonged to them. But, like I said before, at the beginning of stream, prestige that was merely borrowed. Branding built on top of associations that were not the same thing as if they built an image from the ground up for themselves, and therefore not a degree of prestige that they could maintain without outside interference. But there's something else rather interesting about this particular award category. See, before I stated that there were 4 different nominees for the Rising VTuber Org 2024. And those other 3 nominees were V-Allure, V4 Mirai, and Vichiban. Now, this provides us with a rather interesting opportunity for a direct comparison between Mythos and one of the other VTuber orgs. Immediately, we can dismiss Vichiban, because Vichiban is not so much an org as it is a content creator friend group that pools resources together. Same thing when it comes to V4 Mirai. It's not really a VTuber org in the same sense as V-Allure or Mythos, mostly because it is not really an independent organization, as much as I hate using that term and as nonsensical as it sounds, because of the fact that it is merely a branch of a larger holding company, Brave Group. So for that reason, I think we can cross off V4 Mirai for the purposes of comparison as well. Which leaves V-Allure and Mythos. Now, the reason why these 2 companies offer a rather interesting point of comparison when you hold the 2 up against one another is because both of these are companies that essentially ended up starting up in either late December of 2023 or January of 2024, as opposed to, in contrast with Mythos debuting a total of 9 talents spread across, 2 gens and 3 solos. V-Allure only debuted 1 gen. 1 gen of, hold on, let me do the maths, 6 people. However, when it comes to these two, I want to compare side by side some of the marketing that was used by each respective company. More importantly, taking note of some of the differences in how the company chooses to define and or promote itself when all you're going off of is the initial trailer, even. Both of these companies are equal in size. I would argue that although Mythos has, more access to resources, both of them had a similar degree of, well, they were put together to a similar degree when it comes to the way that they started, were not, that branding aside. And so, I want to compare the trailer that we watched earlier on when it comes to Mythos' announcement of the company's debut with V-Allure, a trailer that we've watched before, but I want to just go watch again for the sake of comparison. Hold on, let me turn down the volume before I hit play. Alright, so we have this, which is, the Mythos trailer, voiced by Moist Critical, and, well, he basically ended up dominating the entire thing. Very shitposty, very much about, what the vibes are without really telling the audience what to expect from the content. I want you to contrast this against V-Allure. What is a key difference that you can immediately tell in terms of the information that is presented in V-Allure's trailer compared with the information conveyed in Mythos' trailer? Only music, yes, that's part of it. Yes! Sakia Mira, exactly. They actually tell the viewer what the agency is about, content-wise. The premise is designed to be sold to a viewer rather than from the perspective of self-identification by a content creator. Are you ready for something new? It directly addresses, it's not just the viewer happening to witness someone commentating over something. This is a question that's directed squarely at the person watching the ad. Ready for something new? Well, actually, I use the word ad because that's how this comes across, right? It comes across as an ad, not just a trailer. Ready for something new? A spicier take on content creation is here. Introducing V-Allure, the very first ENA VTuber agency. That is a content niche. That is a premise. That is a promise. And that is what separates it from the other companies that operate in this industry. This is the point of differentiation. Saying AV VTuber agency. So these two, spicier take on content creation and introducing V-Allure, an ENA VTuber agency, that's the identification part. That's them telling you what we are about, what do we do. Same thing goes for the aesthetics of the video as well. The sort of sultry pinks and purples in the background. The sax screeching in the sax and the shrill trombone or trumpet or whatever that other brass instrument is in the background as well. Fast pace, energetic. All of that is designed. The fact that there is a microphone in the icon for the company. All of this screams this is going to be, adult, spicy ASMR type, spicy ASMR VTuber Corpo. And yet that is just the identification part. Where we start to get differentiation is in the first ENA VTuber agency and ready for something new. This is a company that is trying to sell itself to prospective viewers on the basis of saying, this is what we can give you that is not something that's already offered, right? So, when you compare these two companies, oddly enough, despite the fact that VLore did not have nearly the amount of connections behind the scenes, I would argue, as Mythos didn't flaunt those connections either, and also had a smaller talent roster by the end of the year, they also had stronger branding than Mythos did. And so, yeah, funny thing is, if I were to ask you, right, between Mythos, you know, a company that managed to get Moist Critical to voice their debut trailer, that debuted 9 talents in their opening year and won the VTuber Rising Org Award 2024, and VLore, which of these two companies would be borderline collapsing, or versus which one would be successful and stable in 1 or 2 years' time? I'm not sure how many people here would have said VLore. But, well, that's how things have panned out. And when you actually look at the way the two companies approach branding and promotion, you can probably guess as to how we got to this outcome when you compare the two different corpos. Yes, admittedly, this is the porn corpo, but at the end of the day, it is still a viable business niche that is, more importantly, being handled like a business niche. And so, one of the things that I thought was interesting is when you actually compare these two companies, there's the two most comparable, I would argue, most closely, the two companies in closest proximity to one another, for the sake of comparison, in that VTuber award category. When you compare these two companies, I would ask you guys, well, actually, even if you didn't watch this stream, I'm curious, when you first saw these two come out, which of these two companies, again, I want to emphasize, we're talking about companies, not individual talents, which of these companies has the stronger brand between Mythos and VLore? Actually, I'll turn it into a poll. I'm curious. Stronger branding. Mythos. VLore. Yeah, almost universally they're sponsors of VLore. It's so funny to think that the fucking whore corpo managed to utterly mog a corporation that had the backing of several large Twitch streamers behind it. Sorry, give me a second. The Gooners have spoken? Yeah, almost universally. VLore instead of Mythos. I honestly think both are about the same. I disagree. I think purely from the perspective of a marketing angle, and especially for the purposes of a company actively trying to target and or dominate a niche in the audience demographics, VLore far outstrips, far outcompetes Mythos' ability to handle that task, even though both are companies that would rely on doing so. Now, the thing is, some people in chat I saw earlier were talking about how, you know, Mythos has a more unified aesthetic compared to VLore, right? You know, VLore character designs don't really have much of a unifying theme between them. In fact, I would make the argument that based off the way that they were designed, it seems like difference was the aim, right? They were designed to cover a vast variety, different tastes and preferences. contrast that with Vialure, where there is a very clear unifying visual theme of, Greek aesthetic, albeit a little Goonified, right? However, a unified visual theme and a unified aesthetic is not the same thing as a strong brand. A unified visual theme can be a component of what makes a strong brand. It usually falls into the identification part of the brand, but it does not in and of itself constitute a strong brand. And when you look at Mythos in terms of the way that they established their brand early on, that was one of the most glaring problems with it. The most consistent parts of their brand, in terms of, the way that they presented themselves, the way that the promise that they made to their audience, it did not actually add up with what they ended up delivering content-wise. Because yes, they were all styled after Greek gods and, Greek mythology, but did that actually play a role in any of the company's content? Not really. It's very difficult to tell what that is. It's very difficult to tell how integral that is supposed to be to the individual creator's content, especially if you just go off the YouTube content, rather than just being a visual gimmick, right? There's a difference between branding and marketing and general brand. That's fair enough. But overall, I would say that Vialure is markedly more consistent and potent than Mythos in terms of the way that it presented itself. And I'm saying this without a horse in either. I'm not saying that without a horse in this race, because I don't really watch content from either. So, when it comes to this, right, Mythos was a very hyped up agency in its first year of operation. But the thing that people were not really acknowledging, thing that probably wouldn't have been polite to acknowledge even if people were spotting it, was the fact that, leaving aside the red flags in terms of how the company operated that we will discuss next week, when you actually just look at the way that it attempted to market itself, the way that it attempted to establish its brand as a company, what you invariably land on is the realization that Mythos was not a company that had a clear direction or identity for what it wanted to do. It had a lot of connections. It had a lot of people backing it. I would even make the conclusion that it had quite a bit of money backing it too. But it didn't have a clear direction, a vision, or an idea. It had an aesthetic, it had a visual theme, but aside from that, well, nothing content-wise at least. It was a brand that was existing on borrowed time. And as I said earlier on in this stream, no matter how much prestige Mythos received from external parties over the course of its debut year, from Moist Critical voicing its trailer, to the various different ReactTubers who reacted to the trailer, to receiving a Rising VTuber Org award at the 2024 VTuber Awards hosted by Fillion and Shylily. No matter how much prestige, how much clout, how much recognition Mythos would end up receiving, Mythos was a brand that was existing on borrowed time. Because unless it found some way of converting that prestige that it received from external parties, unless it found some way to leverage that into a way of manufacturing that prestige for itself, unless it found some way of achieving something or contributing something to the space in which it operated, some tangible innovation, or even just very obvious financial and or metric success, metrically evaluated, metrically observable success, measurable success, that's the word I was looking for. This was prestige that was always doomed to fall away at some point in the future. And once that prestige fell away, there would not be much holding up the relevance of the company. Mythos was a company that was living, essentially, or a brand that was living, like I said before, on borrowed time. What would end up determining the fate of the company and the fate of its brand would depend on how it leveraged its resources and what it would end up doing over the following 1 or 2 years. And that is where I'm going to leave off this stream, and that is where I'm going to defer to next week's stream, where we actually talk about what Mythos got up to over the course of 2025 and later. However, since Mythos is a little, the brand of Mythos is a little, shitposty, ironic, etc., etc., if you take away nothing else from this stream, the main thing that you could probably summarize the entirety of my thesis in this stream with is the fact that at the end of the day, if you really, really, really want to dumb it down, Mythos was, and arguably is, the Hawk Tour of VTuber agencies. And that's a wrap. No 8-hour stream? Yeah. I'm doing something similar to a Sundara thing where it's probably neater and cleaner to segment the subject into 2 parts, with the first one being a little shorter because I'm dealing purely with the whole marketing or brand, aspect of the company. Inserts JJBA ending screen and plays roundabout. Yeah, this is a short for me. Yeah. But in any case, hold on, let me check to see if I missed any supers or anything. I don't think I missed any. Thank you again for all of the support that you've shown for these streams, by the way, and for showing up as well. Okay, yeah, the poll is like overwhelmingly in favor of VLord. But yeah, this is a rather niche topic, especially because Mythos is not exactly the biggest corporation, and its decline is also something that is it's been rather silent and under wraps, as opposed to being big and bombastic. But I hope you found this stream to be entertaining, possibly even somewhat informative. But yeah, I might hold on, give me a second. Lemon, my beloved. Okay, so I'm actually curious. Are there any fans of Mythos here? In the chat? Anyone who watched Mythos or watches Mythos? I know that Lumi was in here earlier and she holds a bit of a grudge against the company for the Faistus' departure. But aside from that, not too sure. Not me. I feel like a lot of Mythos' marketing is aimed at a completely demographic to the people who end up watching my streams. I do watch Poseidon. I've seen some of her stuff to do with TCGs, but I don't know her outside of that. I only watch the charts. Of course you do. The next chatter is a Mythos fan. I'm sorry for your loss. I only watch some videos because of the Astartes reaction videos. Ah, okay, that makes sense. I watched a few streams, though I wouldn't consider myself a fan. Some of Hades. Huh, interesting. I've only recently watched some of Poseidon's content. Huh. Is it because of the TCG stuff? I've watched Poseidon and Ares a little bit. I've only recently watched... Oh wait, never mind, I already read that. How many... Actually, I'm curious. How many of you guys have watched a Mythos reaction vid before? I want you to put your hand up in chat. I'm curious. I used to consume quite a bit of React slop back in the day. I think 2 years ago or something. 2 years? Is that right? Yeah, holy fuck, 2 years ago was 2024. Yeah, I think 2 years ago, I tuned into quite a few. I got a bunch of Zeus's reaction vids recommended to me, especially the Uncle Roger ones. Nope, nope, never, not me. What? Oh, Simranat, you did? Okay, I see. She was the only VTuber that streamed the Pokemon TCG. Ah, I see. Okay, that's quite. It's not nobody. It's not nobody. Maybe accidentally. Yeah, 2024 does feel like yesterday. Holy fuck, we're all getting old fast. Holy, I was a baby VTuber fan in I was a baby VTuber fan in like late 2023 or mid 2023. It's an infant one, 2024. Nope, my algorithm believes I'm like 45. Don't dox your actual age, but are you younger than 30? I watched a bunch of Aries Maxwell reacts. Yeah, no, I think that's how I started becoming aware of Mythos for the most part, is a combination of Zeus reacting to Uncle Roger and all of the talents reacting to Maxor. You could watch like 5 different Maxor reactions and you will get 5 different videos where the reactions are very likely going to be in entirely different places because of how much sensory overload he jams into the editing. When I was just a piece of wood, yes. Some leaflet, fair enough. If they react to Seth videos, I might watch them again. Now, curious, you're older than 50. Goodness, an old one here. 23, but YouTube thinks I'm 35 male. Maybe being a VTuber fan ages you up in the eyes of the algorithm. I could see that happening. Political reaction video? Yeah. I thought Mythos was part of Mythic until the buyout. I could understand why someone would make that connection, to be honest. They have very similar sounding names. Maxor's vids got worse. I find that I don't enjoy the videos as much because I feel like the writing took a dip. In exchange, the visuals are, you know, more of what they were before, but it's not really my taste, to be completely honest. Maxor ain't funny to me, sorry. I haven't rewatched some of the older vids in a while, so who knows? Maybe I've grown out of sensory stimulation videos. Maybe I'm too old for that. I don't have the brain of the young'un that you need in order to consume that content. I doing he was a lolicon. His original Genshin video was hilarious, the new one not so much. I feel like with the newer videos, he has pivoted more away from writing and more so just trying to create, you know, visual spectacle with his editing, which I understand, right? You know, different focus. He's pivoting to a slightly different aspect of his content that he enjoys more or is more proud of. That's fine. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like I miss the older videos, I suppose, in terms of their writing. But that's like that's what every like YouTuber fan says. After a while. His DMC video was dog shit, but people kept parroting his Reddit tier humor. Yeah. I feel like watching back Maxor videos, it does very much seem sort of Reddit cut. Which is funny. Humor was more based. I don't think Maxor was ever based, to be completely honest. I think Maxor has always been within the realm of safe edgy, to be completely honest. But that wasn't really anything that I had a problem with, because I suppose the editing sort of distracted from it enough. What is Maxor making an Uma Musume video? Who knows? Actually, I think I'm going to Seth is my boy. Amen. Amen. His videos aren't as visually flashing, but I do enjoy Seth's writing more. Yes, this is part 1, Gabriel. This is part 1. I've chosen to split it into 2 because there is information that is currently coming out, or in the process of coming out, that may end up shifting the way that I approach the topic of Mythos' decline and what seems to have caused it from the outside looking in. In any case, hold on, let me switch screens while I find somebody to raid. Okay, my browser is not loading. Excellent. Seth and Reggie are great. Amen. Seth is more quotable. I agree. I agree. I feel like Seth quotes aren't... They don't feel as contrived, you know? They feel like autism straight from the vine. Okay, there's quite a bunch of people who are streaming at the moment. Let me take a look and see. I'm gonna send you guys over to Raimi because she's live right now, and I think she streamed yesterday with a collab with Adet. But if you like seeing a cute rat do cute rat things, highly recommend giving Raimi's channel a look. She's been having a bit of a rough time, so she could probably do with a little bit of support, maybe a few kind words in her chat. You're just clapping along when she says or does something, I suppose. But other than that, I want you guys to blend in seamlessly. This is someone... I think I've rated Raimi like once or twice before, but... Behave. I didn't see exactly what she was doing on her stream, but... I hope you guys have a nice time over there. She's pretty chill, very relaxing. Nice contrast to what we were talking about just then. And yeah. Oh, Nick Static, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club, and I hope you enjoyed those emails. Thank you for showing your support. Alright, in any case, I'll be posting a poll sometime over the next day with suggestions for what to do for chill streams that I could have next month. One of them is going to be the ReactTuber tier list, but I have a bunch of other ideas as well, so I'm curious to see what you guys think of those. And yeah, timestamps will be going up sometime tomorrow at latest, and I will be, well, I don't think I'll need to put out a formal announcement since it's a part 2 of the same topic, but I might do that just so that everyone knows that next week's stream topic is going to be a continuation of this one. But in any case, thank you once again for tuning in. I hope you have a nice rest of your week. I hope you have a nice rest of your day. And I will see you guys next week. Otsu chair. Otsu chair.